on stream, so it's
This is
separate
what
when I click on somebody's
Dylan
VOD
wants to do. This is what Dr.
or
Dilly wants to
stream.
do,
So like
right?
if I load my stream, I know my chat can't hear.
She's just giving me a
whoever I'm watching.
platform.
What if you want them
to
to hear
showcase
it?
what I want to showcase.
I can switch it, or I can
And,
unmute it.
Oh.
and
Well, like
she's
people
got other
like put
content
randomly,
creators as
like
well,
randomly put
and they've
music
gone
on
off
though.
and
Like
done
they might not
great
have it on at
things,
first, and then
I
they
wish
just
I could
throw it
shout
on,
them
and
out.
then like
Yeah.
it
Just
picks
know
up
that
that
I've been
5 seconds,
working
and
with
it's
some
just
of these
like.
people and
I
just
mean,
know
it's whatever. I don't care, but.
Oh my god. Okay. I need to change that because I don't know why in the world it says the Quarry stream every time. And I just want to take off the fucking thumbnail. Oh. Oops. I don't know how to take away the thumbnail because I fucking hate that thumbnail. Whatever. So I think stream is looking good. Cool. Let me check out Twitch real quick. Stream is looking good. Cool. Fortnite. Not playing Fortnite. Not right now, at least. Let me check out Twitch real quick. Okay. Stream is looking good. Cool. Fortnite. Not playing Fortnite. Not right now, at least. Let me check out Twitch real quick. Alright. Okay. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. Alright. Okay. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. Alright. Okay. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. Alright. Okay. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. Alright. Okay. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. Alright. Okay. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. Alright. Okay. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. Alright. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. All right. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. All right. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. All right. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. All right. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. All right. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. All right. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. All right. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. All right. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. All right. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. All right. Stream is looking good. Check out Twitch real quick. All right. Stream is looking good. Change the thumbnail to anything other than what it is right now. Jesus. Stream is looking good. Change the thumbnail to anything other than what it is right now. Jesus. Whatever, that'll work. Looking good. Change the thumbnail to anything other than what it is right now. Jesus. Whatever, that'll work. Looking good. Change the thumbnail. So, new YouTube video about to go live. That shit's gonna be a fucking banger. So, new YouTube video about to talk about the Dilly Caitlyn situation, which ended up being a total dumpster fire of talking about the stream Jesus, how she did not see the backlash. I have no idea how she didn't see that coming, because that was clear from the get-go. She literally treated Dilly like a fucking, I have no idea, like a toilet that was clear from the get-go. She literally treated Dilly and so like a toilet that was clear from the get-go. Charlie did a and so like a toilet. What the hell? Charlie did a and so like a toilet. Oh, okay, that's what's going on. I forgot that y'all could hear the playback. But yeah, how she did not see that coming, because she just blatantly treated him like shit. And then Charlie got on and had a little bit of a interview with Dilly, and the entire time Dilly is just trying to justify her behavior. It's horrible to see. I don't understand it at all, but you know, I don't think a lot of people understand it. He seems to be in the role of the, like, maybe he is in the group or whatever, but he is the person in the group that is used as a punching bag for everyone else to take their anger out on or something, which is a terrible dynamic to be in. It's a horrible situation that no one would ever want to find themselves in. Let's see. Want to find themselves in. So yeah, that video is going to be dropping in 5 minutes. But I mean, I guess we could watch the interview that Moist Critical did with Dilly, because the whole time Dilly just, I mean, he's not even really simping. I feel like a big portion of the why he acted the way he did was because he was staying at her house at the moment, and I feel like he's in a situation where he can't, even if he's doing a one-on-one interview, he can't really speak his mind, because right after the interview, he's going right back to being face-to-face with Caitlyn again. So he's just going to get another Splatoon thrown his way if he ends up saying one wrong thing, which is just not a situation you want to be in. So I feel like the whole time he had to kind of play it safe, or else you know, like, it's just going to be a really tense situation, which it already is, but it would be even more tense. And I already know he is uncomfortable. The whole time, it was just painful. It was painful to sit through because you can tell that he's trying to really tiptoe around the situation in a way that's not going to hurt her feelings, and he's just trying to take blame for her trying to fuck him in the ass the entire time, which is unacceptable in my opinion. But man, I would love to fucking talk to Dilly. Holy shit. I would love to get on a call, but I feel like if I did get on a call, it would end in the same exact way that Moist Critical, like, it would end in the same way that it ended for him. Just going round and round in circles where he's just saying, oh yeah, I took up this role. I take responsibility for the role that I agreed to. And then Charlie basically goes in saying, well, you didn't exactly agree to the role of being the punching bag the entire time. You agreed to the role, or if he did agree to the role, he was kind of forced into that situation and felt like he had to be in that role, whether that was because she is a big streamer. Maybe he feels like, hold on one sec. Sorry, had to let. What the hell? Okay. Had to let the dogs in because one of our neighbors is threatening. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Had to let the dogs in because, yeah, one of our neighbors threatening to sue us because one of our dogs, Odin, he's a very vocal dog. So anytime we let him out, he has a conniption. Freaks out. Like, he doesn't freak out, he just barks a lot. So it's not really something easily controllable. Oh, it just went live. Wait, what? Oh, no. Oh, when I said 5 minutes, it was already live. All right, well, that's a banger. And then I got another update video because it happened right after. You know what? Let's go ahead and watch it. Why not?
Just know that I've been very grateful. Very happy. I'm very happy to be in the position I am in right now and just see people grow. And for me, this is going to be a huge moment for me to understand where I'm at and growth wise. And I just wanted to know, like, yeah, that's just, I am passionate about this side of things. Like, yeah, it looked like.
Okay, and let me turn.
You know what? Let me. Oh, damn. Real quick. Change my title to going over the Dilly situation, because that's, I feel like, going to be the premise of the stream. And on Twitch.
Splitting.
All right.
Turn you up. Okay, perfect. All right, we're in business.
We're in business.
I literally just want to see
All right,
chat.
so
Fuck.
your name's Dylan. Is that okay
Yeah.
if I call you that?
Yeah, you can call me Dylan.
All right, so why don't we just take it from the top? So, how did you
that
and
comments or extra
Caitlin
comments?
meet and become friends?
Right. So
Which
we
they
became business partners first, right? So I reached out to her and wanted to get her PC setup kind of right. So that's kind of like the lore is that I'm her PC sponsor. So we met initially 2 years ago, and I built her computer, and then just kind of hit it off as friends, and then I became kind of a mod doing more behind the scenes work for content related stuff, and just kind of had a personal relationship with kind of how tight knit with that kind of stuff kind of goes around with a content creator.
Okay, I think that makes a lot of sense. Now, how close would you say you guys are? Do you guys like talk every day? Do you guys play games together off stream? Like, what does that dynamic look like?
Yeah, so yeah, no, we do play games off stream together. She is like super into Valorant, and she's made me probably a way better player than
Oh
just
god. You see, the whole time it's just this dynamic where he's trying to like butter her up and make her seem like, oh, she's actually my friend, she's helped me out, and she's actually this good person. She's actually this good, even though we see the stream where she is treating me like dog shit. She's still this good person. We play games off stream. Oh yeah, whoop-de-doo. We're absolutely best of buds. We always hang out. It just doesn't seem that way at all. It seems like a situation where he really wants to be good friends with her, but he's being gatekept by her and is making him hope that there's a chance, but then when they go live, she makes it abundantly clear that there's no possibility that he is going to be able to do anything in terms of like be really good friends with her or even have a slight chance of dating her, let alone I don't know,
be just from our friendship and just having our banter and just like going back and forth on stuff like that. So I just like I've gotten better at games thanks to her and our time off stream. And then we talk pretty much every week.
Which, by the way, I don't even really believe. I seriously doubt that they play games off stream that often. It might be a seldom thing that happens every now and again, but I can't imagine Caitlyn taking any extra time out of her day to give to him, considering the way that she treats him. I just don't see her saying, yeah, I'm going to hop on a game with Dilly and have some fun time. It just doesn't really compute with the way that she treats him in front of Because if they were friends, then it would come off as a friendly dynamic. Being friends is one of those things. It's like you can sense it. You don't, you don't have to prove it. So.
Because we have like obviously, so I want to tell people that I came and visited, and I'm on vacation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, hey, let's do some streams together, right? So I know how to cook, and I know she's into cooking streams, and then that we would do like a drinking stream, right? So that's just kind of what happened. I was like, oh, let's make the most out of my trip, because it was like super last minute, and she was like super accommodating for a last minute idea.
And I can guarantee you, like, the way that he's tiptoeing around this whole situation, I feel like she's in the other room listening to what he's saying or just watching the stream outright. She's definitely watching this. She's keeping an eye on Dilly.
Idea. So.
Now, I think all of that content idea sounds super logical, but did you discuss, like, you being the subject of all of the jokes? I'm using that word real loosey-goosey here, because in my opinion, it's less jokes and more just deep-cut insults. And I know you're at her house right now, so it might be a little uncomfortable to get serious about it, but...
No, I mean, I've thought about it and just...
Oh, it absolutely is. It absolutely is a super uncomfortable situation, because she's in the other room. She is not immune to this criticism. She is taking it hard. Immediately, she rebutted saying, you took small snippets from my stream, but there was only a couple of snippets taken from her stream, while there was probably 15 more you could have taken, and she would have said, oh, it's still out of context, but the whole stream is just her saying acting like this guy has no chance, insulting him, running away after they kiss, which was her idea in the first place, and just overall treating him like dog shit. Oh, let me see. Because my screen is kind of dark.
I've been kind of shifting, I've been in a character arc development, right? So I've been taking more initiative on being a part of her content, right? So like she does other content like dating shows and interviews, therapy, just chatting meta, right? And I have recently became like a co-host, a personality that's a regular on her chat, and the personality I like to give is like, my nickname's the Dizzler, hence the rise of the Riz.
Oh god, this was the hardest part to watch, because he states that his personality is the Rizzler Dizzler. He's supposed to be rizzing her up, really getting her ready, sloppy and ready for, I don't know, something. And at no point was that ever portrayed in the stream. The whole time he is being negative rizzed by her, where she just, acts like he has zero chance. Instead of trying to get in bed with him, she is throwing the bed at him. It's, kind of one of those dynamics that is just, icky.
Right. So initially the idea was, if I got a kiss, it'd be like hype, be W's,
it was not
pushing
W's.
that Dizzler narrative that I've been working on, because I've been doing co-hosting, wingmanning for guys, helping the girls that do the content we do together. And, because to talk to girls, you have to have some kind of competency, and like to have the competency to teach them how to, work on the Riz, right?
Oh, God. Okay, so he talks about, right? He talks about having the competency to talk to girls, being able to talk to girls. You have to have a sort of confidence, which is true, but it seems to me that he's almost having a hard time talking on this one-on-one exchange between him and Charlie, and it just doesn't... It seems like he's having a hard time with that. So I don't feel like he has a lot of confidence when it comes to face-to-face interactions, or even like serious conversations in general. He definitely seems like more of a loner type of dude, which isn't even really a bad thing. It's just, it's contradictory when you're like, rizzing somebody up requires a certain confidence, I guess. That's the whole stereotype, is you're supposed to be able to be this like fucking Giga Chad that just comes in and swoops the woman off her feet. And if that is the persona he's trying to go for, he's missed the mark, unfortunately. But then again, you have to have a confidence, you have to have a starting point, and right now if he stays in this situation, there's a 0% chance he's ever gonna become the Rizzler, if that is actually what he's trying to go for, which if that is what he's trying to go for, it's not working out in his favor.
So like I have to have that kind of confidence to talk to them, not back down and like, oh, I'm a Discord mod, this and that. You just say I'm a normal guy that talks to people that just happens to mod for Sub Caitlyn. That's just what happened.
Yeah, and I get that. That's not really like where I'm confused on the relationship or anything. But
yeah, but
you
I know I keep pausing, but the thing is, she doesn't treat him like a friend. She treats him like a Discord mod in real life. There's no point where she's acting like he's her friend. She acts like she fucking grabbed a mod out of thin air, pulled her onto the stream, and just is treating him like that. It doesn't even feel like watching the stream that they made together. It never feels like they even have any history. It just feels like she flew a random mod out and he's on her stream for the first time. It doesn't feel like they've ever really talked before. It's almost is an awkward relationship.
The kiss. Like, did you expect that kind of response when that donation goal was hit, where she'd start just like dry heaving, like she, trying to throw?
I'm sure. Okay, Charlie says this. I feel like he did expect it. He doesn't seem like a stupid guy. I'm sure leading up to the kiss, he was starting to sweat in his boots. He definitely did not expect. He probably didn't expect that level of disgust from her, where she runs off and acts like she's throwing up. But I'm sure that he was worried about the reaction she was going to have after kissing him, just based off of the way that she treated him, saying, oh yeah, I would rather get with my abusive ex-boyfriend that traumatized me than be with you. Like, I'm sure he knew that there was something coming his way once that donation goal was hit, which is just sad. Like, I just know the whole time, even though he doesn't admit it, I just know it was a torturous experience for this dude.
Like, as if he were so unbelievably revolting that she had to run away, rinse out her mouth, fucking say a prayer or something for forgiveness because of kissing you. Like,
eyelash in my eye.
There's no way that was a joke you knew was coming, or like this was the content you envisioned.
I wasn't shocked from it because we've discussed, like our friendship is like brother sister.
Some dog shit, because he did not.
If you put your mindset on like, she only kisses someone very seldomly, if at all, right? That she has to kiss someone that she sees as like a little brother, and I can understand that. I wouldn't want to kiss my older sister and be.
Yeah, but if that's the dynamic, if the dynamic is brother sister, then why have the stream revolve around a kissing goal? Why have it be centered around, oh, if you donate, then once we hit the goal, we're gonna kiss? If it's a brother sister relationship, that should not be the goal. It should be something like, I don't know, once we hit the $500 goal, we take 10 shots in a row or something other than a kiss. It's clearly the stream from her perspective was clearly set up to make him look this way, like a insecure Twitch mod. That's the whole point of it.
Is that okay? So is that the relationship you feel you have with her, a brother sister? Do you rate like everything in that stream? I watched it. You were extremely sweet and complimentary of her, like not as a sister, but as someone who's clearly more interested than that. Do you feel it's a brother-sister relationship, or just the way
brother-sister? Because I feel like when you mentioned something about like romantic interests, is like, if that's the case, I wouldn't be invited to her place. I wouldn't be living here in her personal space, right? So that's the agreement and our trust.
I do not believe that for a fucking second. the moment that they got the rate each other 1 out of 10, he immediately was like 10 out of 10, which that's not something a brother would ever want to say to their sister. And she just shits on him saying, or he says, that's fine, that means I'm a 6 because she refused to respond. And she said, oh no, if you were a 6, I would have said that out loud. But instead she decided to drink. So, good mother of Lord. This is just
friendship, to kind of keep it at that content level. And just like
so
kind of
upsetting.
understand that, you know, we are here to try to entertain. Now, did it achieve that goal? Kind of, sort of. But yeah, I do see her as like an older sister. And that's just how I have to perceive it, right?
Oh God,
You
but
know?
then why would you want to kiss your older sister? That's
Do you
just...
see why that's kind of hard for me to believe? Like, you gave her a 10 out of 10 on the hotness scale. When it was asked, would you hit, you were like, yeah, I definitely hit. She's like, I definitely
Jesus.
wouldn't.
Yeah,
or,
this...
are you
ugh.
two dating? No, I don't claim him. Things
It
like
hurts
that.
to
Even
even
though
hear.
it's
It really
with
does.
the things you said, it feels like it's not brother sister on your end. It feels more like she keeps you there because that's how she wants it to feel.
Why does it say,
Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, and that's just because I'm just super in tune of like what the content we were looking to push out, right? It's just like, because if I say, nah, I wouldn't hit. Oh, she's a 7 out of 10. Oh, that just means I'm just saying it just to say it, because, you know, if I don't mean it, or like, you know, don't think my friend is all that, then because I got to be honest with myself at some points. Like, I think it's okay to make not direct
making sure my title's
compliments,
right.
but like, you
That
know,
guy's right.
if we're in that situation, I think it's
honest.
okay.
Yeah.
You know, and it's to make.
So then, are you happy with this kind of content that gets made at your expense, where she's saying things like, "Oh, your hand's tinier than mine," which means, or we're the same size hands, so you have a tiny dick, or I'd rather go with my ex who emotionally abused me and traumatized me than date you for 6 months. Is that like good content to you? Like, is that a good relationship?
I would say, you know, I'm the guest, and that's just what came out of her mouth. I can't control.
But then just tell me,
Holy
regardless
fucking
of what
moly,
you can
hold up.
control,
What the
how
fuck?
did that?
What does this shit... Hold on. My God. Okay. I don't know what the hell, why it's doing that. Maybe... Hold on. Alright. Just turn that shit off. Oh, man.
Make you feel? Did that feel like content, or did that feel like, oh, that didn't feel good at all to hear you say those things? You care about her. Even if it's a brother-sister dynamic that you're saying, you clearly care about her. And for her to say something like that and meaner throughout the stream, did that feel like content, or did it feel like she was taking these extremely rude jabs at you?
I just didn't take it personally, because I just feel like, you know, like we both had to reassure each other whatever had been said, or what, like, I could have dished out more. I could have been like, I'm way better than your ex. What the fuck are you trying to say?
See,
right?
and that's where I'm...
Yeah, that's exactly like... If his whole thing was supposed to be the Rizzler Dizzler, he should have been trying to slap every insult that she threw his way down with a bang. But instead, he just stood there like a human meat shield and just took it. He didn't attempt to backpedal any of her jokes. He didn't attempt to retaliate against any of them. He didn't try to stand up to her in any sort of way. It was just, you know, like, if the persona he's trying to go for is the Rizzler Dizzler, then he would, you know, actually attempt to banter or whatever.
even more confused, because you and Caitlin keep saying it's banter. Banter is an exchange. This was a one-handed fucking wallop here, where all she was doing was insulting you. Throughout the stream, you made one slight joke about her, and kind of got uncomfortable and backpedaled it. That's not banter. This was you being there for her to just spit on, like a trash can, basically.
Right.
Like that. and if we're going the content route, wouldn't you want to be the Dizzler who's like, no, I'm actually way above her, or like when she's going in for the kiss, you stand up and you walk away? That would be more content.
That would have been Galaxy Brain
than what happened here, which is why I feel like
I would have loved to see
doesn't really add up.
Right, and you know, I think everyone was kind of seeing me struggle with my cat allergy thing, right? So I just was already trying to hold it together and just like trying not to fuck it up even more, already as fucked as it, right? Because like if you people who know me as my personality as the Dizzler, right? There are times where like she'll have me come on and talk, and I'll be like, so when are you coming over and we're gonna do it? I'm like, nah, I'm good, because like, you know, I'm talking to, you know, whatever, right? Because part of helping her with her content, I have to talk to a lot of women, and I joke about like, no, don't worry about me, you already done enough for me, or whatever, right? So it's just like there's moments where like she'll throw it out there, and then it's up to me to like take that content or like mold it to what I want it to be. It's just that day is an extreme version of pushing it on the, this is a Discord mod, this is a Twitch mod, he's in my fucking house, and you know, I have to kiss him. That was the.
But why do you settle for that? Like, why be that guy? You're not a bad looking guy. You're not a weird guy too. Like, you break the mold of like that stereotypical creepy weirdo mod who's gonna be like, you know, snorting panties out the wazoo or whatever. Why settle for being that to her?
It's just, I think it just comes down to what I've done beforehand to get to this point. And it's just, you know, I had recently gotten out of a 5-year relationship, right? And I decided to take this trip and just kind of like use it as soul searching. And a part of that is I'm still going to have some tendencies that I left behind or carry with me, right? So I'm just
I'm not going to lie. Actually, I never even thought about this until now. But he mentions just getting out of a 5-year relationship, which I feel like the way that his personality seems to me, just watching this, just, you know, just brazenly looking at this, is that he definitely could be dumbed down from this relationship. Like, it could have seriously taken a toll on him. You know, I don't know if it was like abusive or maybe his girlfriend treated him like shit or not, but I'm definitely getting the impression that it could be a situation where she didn't treat him right. I'm not gonna say that's definitely what happened or anything, but he already said, like, you know, he used this trip as some soul searching or whatever, and I don't know. Just something that popped into my head.
Take it all in and burden it, and that's just something I've been working on.
But even the way you're describing it, burdening it, but why? Why do that? Like, you're not a weirdo. You don't need to be taking this burden from her saying these extremely disrespectful things to your face and having her chat dogpile you for being a mod in my house, red alert, oh my god, I have to kiss this guy. You're not a 6 out of 10. I would have said that. Like, why take that? You don't. That's not a healthy relationship.
Yeah, I gotta say, coming out of a 5-year relationship, going straight into this, it's not a healthy thing to do. He's immediately getting used to being treated like a pile of trash right out of a relationship that's just ended. So he's already going to be at his lowest right now. And normally you'd want to build yourself up after the unfortunate end of a 5-year relationship, but he is just putting himself in the spotlight to be kicked and prodded and dumbed down to his most basic form. And that's just what it seems like. It seems like he's just been dumbed down. He seems like the type of dude that doesn't really, like, I don't know, he just is taking it for what it is.
Like, I don't know how she treats you off stream.
He doesn't have any fight in him.
If she's extremely sweet to you when the cameras aren't on, and then she treats you like this when the cameras are on, I mean, she's fake. And she is embarrassed of you. And that's, again, not healthy. I talked about this right before you joined. It's kind of like, I feel like a lot of people can relate to this. Kids, they'll have like a friend group, and there's usually like someone in that friend group that is just a punching bag. It's not really a friend. And that person doesn't feel like they really belong there, but they also don't want to leave because it's still that group. So they just take it, and it's not...
See, and this is kind of a area where I can actually sympathize with Dilly a little bit. When I was in first grade, I moved schools from a Jewish private school to a just regular public school. And when I got there, everyone had already kind of like solidified their friend group. So for me, I was just kind of almost like Dilly here, soul searching, trying to figure out what group do I fit in the best. And just none of them really felt right. Like none of them really molded together. So I would just kind of find myself in this limbo where I'd be hanging out with one group, but I never really felt truly included. And I would, just try to float around different groups. And it was, I don't know if I'd say it was miserable, but it wasn't really fun because you never felt like you belonged anywhere. You just kind of felt like you were in limbo. And I mean, of course I had a couple of really good friends, but I never really fit into an actual group. For me, I mean, that changed later on, like in middle school and high school. I kind of, found my actual friend group where I really did feel like I belonged. But for Dilly, it just seems like this, I don't know, might be happening a little later in life for him, unfortunately, but...
Good. It doesn't feel good. And that's what all of this seemed like to me. It doesn't seem content brain, because if it was all like, the Dizzler's marching through, better hide your bitch, the sodden panty's gonna be flying out the door, Dizzler's here, I feel like you would have turned down the kiss. You would have said, actually, you're a 6 out of 10. That would have been you laying into that persona. And if she was playing along with it for content, she'd be like, oh no, he's not gonna fuck me, but when we go to this club, damn, it's about to get wild out there, it's gonna pop. But none of that happened. It felt more like she used you to just insult perpetually, to bring you down, to put up this, I don't want to use the word facade because I don't know her, but to put up this whole barrier like, this guy doesn't have a chance, let's laugh at him. And that's not good. Like, no one deserves that kind of treatment.
Right. And I'm gonna tell you how it's a formula, right? This is what it boils down to in her personality, right? So the reason why I agreed to do some of the things that happened is because I separate the person from the streamer, the content creator from the person. I'm friends with the person, and whatever it is, like, for example, right? It could have been a super hot guy, and he could have had some kind of ick, like play, I don't know, Rocket League.
See, I don't believe that. He says that it could have been some super hot guy, and that she would have treated him the same exact way. It wouldn't have, he's not this one-off guy that she just treats like shit, but I don't believe that at all. If that was the case, if that was the case, then she would treat Hassan or any of the other streamers the exact same way as she's treating him. If a super hot mod, a super good-looking guy came out of the woodworks and was like, I want to come on your stream, I guarantee you she would treat him significantly differently. She would treat him differently than she treated Dilly. Because Dilly's not ugly, but he's also not a supermodel by any means. She's the epitome of, I feel like I'm better than you just based off of my looks, which to me, her looks get dumbed down so far just from her personality.
League, or he plays League of Legends, but he's like amazing, everything. She's like, ew, you play League of Legends? Like, I don't know if this will work. Or, just like make witty comments about something she might not like just because it's contrary. It is, not controversial, but it can be. It's opposing, right? So for it could have been anybody, right? And it just happened to be me. It's not the first time she's kissed somebody on stream, right? Or like do content and it's controversial. So it just happened to be my turn. And, I kind of understand the things and not the science, but like just understand I have to set my feelings aside and just understand if I'm going to do content that it's what it strictly is.
It doesn't but it doesn't have to be that way. But you mentioned something that
because yeah, if he allows himself to be this punching bag, this shitter that she takes a shit in every 2 seconds, then if he wants to start a streaming career, that's what everyone's gonna look at him as. They're gonna look at him as a punching bag that they can abuse at any point in time that they want to. It's not going to be a situation where all of a sudden everyone like looks up to him if he lets himself be treated this way, which is really the sad thing about it is if a lot of people notice weaknesses within you, they will try to pick at those weaknesses. And so it doesn't give him a good look all, around. If he would have gotten on here and been like, yeah, I totally regret that stream, I hate the way that she treated me, then I feel like people would respect that a lot more than just at every turn him attempting to defend her.
That I want to point out. I went through and watched how she interacts with other friends of hers in the space, like Hassan and everyone like that. Why doesn't she treat them the same way she treated you? What's the deal with that then? How come she's able to do other content with other guys that aren't her perpetually insulting them the entire time? But you, the only content she does with you is to make you the punching bag. Why?
Okay, so like she's not like, for Hassan example, right? She went over and just kind of say the reality was like we just.
What in the fuck? Hello?
Happened to be my turn. Content that is what it strictly is.
It doesn't but it doesn't have to be that way. But you mentioned something that I want to point out. I went through and watched how she interacts with other friends of hers in the space, like Hassan and everyone like that. Why doesn't she treat them the same way she treated you? What's the deal with that then? How come she's able to do other content with other guys that aren't her perpetually insulting them the entire time? But you, the only content she does with you is to make you the punching bag. Why?
Okay, so like she's not like, for Hassan example, right? She went over and just kind of say the reality was like we just did a stream together. He was a nice guy.
You're a nice guy.
Yeah, but she was also honest saying like I'm not super into that kind of content of political, right? But she appreciated the offer, right? So she will be.
I don't understand what he's trying to say here. He's like not making any sense. But she doesn't want to engage in political content. Okay, I get that. But what does that have to do? What does anything he's just said have to do with the way that she treated Hassan? I'm trying to like put the puzzle pieces together and they just don't fucking fit. I'm so confused. He just
be real and separate herself for a moment and just say this is what happened, yada yada yada, right? This is not like, I don't know.
Holy shit. Okay, I feel so bad for Charlie right now because the way that he's trying to like explain this, the way that he's trying to put these sentences together or words together, it's like brain numbing. I don't know what he's trying to say. He's like holy fuck.
It's hard to kind of like, it's just like when you're on someone's team, right?
Because he knows, let's be honest, he knows that the way that he was treated was unacceptable and he is probably ashamed and he feels like a cuck for acting like this in response. But once again, he's in her house. She's watching his every move. I wouldn't be surprised if she had a bazooka pointed towards his head as he's talking to Charlie right now, like through the door. So, he's going to try to be careful because he still has to live with this woman for like 5 more days. What do you, that's like staying at your aunt and uncle's and then you scream down the stairs, I hate you, you fat pieces of shit, or something like, something hateful. And then you got to live with them for a week more. Like, it's going to be an awkward dynamic. And it's already an awkward dynamic. So, whoops. Oh my god.
And you don't want to mess up that dynamic, right? You're understanding that we're all playing parts on a team, right? And yeah, my role on that team is kind of fucked up, but some people are built that kind of way to be like, put that stress on my shoulders and just like, you know, because they care about people, and that's just how I felt going into it.
And it's one-sided. Do you think she cares about you?
Yeah, genuinely. Like when I went through my breakup, she set me up to have a dating show. Like,
that's using you for content again, though. That's not looking out for you. That's still using you for content, and this is at your weakest moment, your most vulnerable. You've just gone through a traumatic experience, and she's immediately turning you into content. I could
have told her no. I could have said, let me
yeah,
wait.
But and it's not your fault. I'm not putting any blame on your shoulders. Like, it's an opportunity. You're low right now because of this breakup, and now you have this girl who's like, hey, I've got a bunch of girls I can put you with if you do it on my stream. It's immediately turning you into content. That makes me feel even worse about this relationship, because after you've gone through something, she immediately uses you for content.
Okay. I mean, but to be fair, I mean, like, if she's just using me, why am I staying at her place? Why didn't I just get an Airbnb or a hotel?
It adds to the content, having you there and keeping you around to constantly belittle and make it clear to her community, like, hey, this guy doesn't have a chance, let's keep joking about it. It's all part of that same content cycle. Like, you are playing this role, which you have talked about, taking this burden, which you don't need to do. You're above that. And she is using this because it is part of the joke. Like, she is just farming this whole stigma of being
saga.
A Twitch mod. He's not gonna ever fuck me, but he can stay here and we're gonna get content out of it by any means necessary. Here's an hour and 25 minutes of me shooting down everything he wants to do, everything he says, every advance, and make it clear I am disgusted by his presence.
Exactly.
Now,
fucking exactly. This literally, where is it? Where the fuck did it just go? Holy shit, it just disappeared. Oh, right here. Dilly's circle of friends and community are probably closely tied to Caitlyn. To admit to the abuse and disavow her would have significant impact on his current social life. She even allows him to have this interview at her house. Ain't no way he would be able to call her out in this situation. He's trapped. Abuser 101 shit. Yeah, it's like she's the abuser, but they're not even in a relationship. It's just a abusive relationship with a fucked up string of ties where he feels like he's like, fuck yeah, I got into this circle. I am a part of this friend group, and he probably realizes that he is, like, he doesn't seem like a stupid guy. So he probably realizes that he is the butt of all the jokes. At this point, he's noticed that that's probably not going to change unless he does really try to pick up this persona of the fucking Rizzler Dizzler. But he doesn't want to, like, risk all of these connections that he has, because if he severs the tie with Caitlyn, then I'm sure that would significantly hinder his other relationships surrounding that, because he already mentioned that he's built his reputation off of building PCs for people, and now he's, like, talking to this big streamer, and it's, he feels like he's on the edge of making it, I guess, and he would not want to risk that by just totally bombshelling the whole situation, saying, yep, actually, she is an abusive piece of shit. She is an asshole, But even though that would probably be the right thing to do, it's understandable. He feels trapped. Like, even if he knows exactly what Charlie's trying to say, and in the back of his head, he's like, yeah, I feel the exact same way. This is some fucking dog shit. He is going to still try to, he's going to try to salvage the situation by protecting her, which is just so fucked up. It is so fucked up. Not to mention he was staying at her house and Caitlyn was probably sitting outside the room waiting for him to finish. Exactly. Yeah, I've dealt with a lot of abuse cases, and he definitely sounds like he's trying to justify her actions. Plus, he's staying at her house. He probably has limited communication to anyone outside her social. He's basically in North Korea right now. He is in a 3,500 square foot North Korea.
If it's a role you want to play, I'm not going to tell you you're a bad guy for it. I just want you to realize it's not healthy. This isn't a real friendship dynamic at all. Again, if she's, like, really sweet to you off stream and treats you like this publicly.
I mean, I can't believe she was like, yeah, that's, I mean, I guess she didn't want to seem like a complete controlling asshole, so that's probably why she allowed him to actually use her streaming setup to have this interview with Moist Critical. But
then she is two-faced and is not actually a friend to you. And what you just said about how when you went through a very bad breakup, she immediately put you on a dating show makes me feel like she is constantly just using you as this source for content to laugh at and have her chat laugh at. Because I haven't seen her interact with anybody else this way. I watched her interact with other people in the community. I've seen her do this to a couple other guys on her stream, but that's the same role that they play that you do, where she just belittles them and insults them, which is still a bad thing, but you get it much worse because you are someone that genuinely seems to care about her. And I think that is so fucked up. You keep saying that it's just banter and jokes, but it's one-sided. She is the only one doing.
You see, the thing is, though, is that I don't feel like it's a situation where off-screen they're like these buddy-buddy friends. Like, they're, you know, on camera, it's a one-sided fuckfest, and off-camera, it's 100% banter. He's fucking around with her, she's fucking around with him. That is not the vibe I get from that. He seems uncomfortable as it is. So, I just don't see them actually being any types of friends. It just seems like a situation where like a stranger is staying at the house and he's being used as a comedic, for just comedic purposes. It's just fucking terrible.
Doing that. I again, in that stream you said one thing and it made you uncomfortable. It is sad. That is the only point I'm making. You, again, are not a bad looking guy. You are not in bad shape. You are not creepy. You are not weird. You don't have to play this role for her. You don't have to be stuck being the weirdo Twitch mod who grosses her out so much she goes and fucking hawks in the bathroom and yaks,
was this
right?
like an involuntary
it's
eye movement? Like, what the
seems
fuck?
to care about her. And I think that is so fucked up. You keep saying that it's just banter and jokes, but it's one-sided. She is the only one doing that. I again, in that stream you said one thing and it made you uncomfortable. It is sad. That is the only point I'm making. You, again, are not a bad looking guy. You are not in bad shape. You are not creepy. You are not weird. You don't have to play this role for her. You don't have to be stuck being the weirdo Twitch mod who...
He just winked. I feel like that was to Caitlyn. He definitely winked to her.
Role for her. You don't have to be stuck being the weirdo Twitch mod who grosses...
He definitely... Oh, fuck.
Hey.
He 100% looked in a different direction at a person and winked. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I've been very grateful, very happy. I've been working on like years
Where the fuck?
And just in your this content I kind of
different thing, but regardless,
that's just what the content I kind of already love to know. That's just like, it's normal for me to hear that kind of stuff.
That
that's
breaks
the problem,
my
right?
That breaks my heart.
Shit
to
on
hear.
my fucking dick.
Why are you the one that gets it the worst then? You're so intertwined with her brand and growing it. Why do you get her ire the worst? Even if it's just for content, why does she pick you to put down more than anybody else I have ever seen her interact with?
I mean, it's just I've seen different sides of it, and I just thought,
no shit.
What she said isn't new content. It's been rewashed jokes that have been discussed before. Like, it's just like, it is not something new to me, right? Like, it's if you already kind of come to know what to expect, then you kind of understand that's what may or may not happen, right? If it does, it does. It doesn't, it doesn't, right? So for me, it's just like, hold
on, guys. I'll be right back. I want to make some coffee, go to the bathroom, but I'll be back in a second.
and I heard it before they even called it, and I was like, oh my god, who is this? Like, at first I thought it was like the 30-year-old mom, and I was like, please don't let it be her, please. I do not want to compress this 30-year-old, like, fresh C-section mom.
Right.
Like,
Hold on, Trin. One sec. Yes. Sorry, I'm back. My apologies. I'm talking to my girlfriend right now. I'm a huge Moist fan. Yes, I am definitely a huge Penguin Z0 Moist Critical fan. I think he's a really... I mean, like, of course, the content is, like, low effort, but yeah, I think he's a really funny personality and a interesting guy to, like, hear his side of things, you know? So... Absolutely. And I really thought that this situation where Dilly got treated like absolute dog shit by Caitlyn was a really interesting one, and it shines a light on her personality considering she's such a fucking gigantic streamer. Like I did not even know who she was, and when I saw her follower count, it was like 250,000. So, you know, and so I don't really like the fact that people like that are able to be so big and treat other people like total dog shit. So, but anyways, Trin, I'm sorry. I got a comment, so I had to respond to it. You know what I'm saying? Hello?
yeah.
But
I'm not, like, being recorded, am I? Because that's, like, HIPAA.
oh, it is? Well,
Yeah.
Well, what if you don't use names, though? Like, real names?
Well, still, it's, like, very specific situation.
Oh, fuck. Hold on, let me give you a call in a second, alright?
Well, I'm probably going to be at work by the time you're able to give me a call back.
Oh, damn, are you? Well, okay. Alright, well, I love you very much. I will, I guess I'll talk to you later then.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay, I love you.
Love you.
Love you. Drive safe.
Love you. Bye.
Alright, love you, bye. Alright, we are back. We are back. Actually, hold on. You are the guy that you commented on one of my videos saying that you enjoyed them. I really appreciate that, dude. Seriously. I really do. That was when I saw that comment, I was like, holy moly, that really warms my gullet. Mother of pearl. That was yeah, that did make me very happy. Seeing stuff like that, you know, it definitely gives me the confidence, I guess. I don't know, the confidence to continue making the videos or whatever, you know? Like, of course, you want positive reinforcement, so. But,
we have this formula.
But yeah, let's get into it.
We do things. This is how we operate.
But I don't know if you saw it. I posted a video just giving my very condensed opinions on this situation. It's a fucked up situation, and unfortunately Dilly is stuck in between. He's like sandwiched in between fucking two boulders where he's not really able to actually, you know, say his actual feelings on the situation because he's at this girl's house. She is okay, at some point in this video, you can see him look in a certain direction. I don't know if this is for sure, but you can see him look in a certain direction which you would think is where the door would be and wink. Like, wink at Caitlyn. So, I have a feeling that she is definitely behind the scenes looking inward. And, you know, like, of course, what else do you expect? Immediately when Charlie made the video, it came out that she was like, why would you take specific, you know, parts from my stream, but it doesn't matter. You're still treating somebody like shit regardless. You'll be the #1 fan. I appreciate it, man. That would be awesome. If I ever hitting it off hugely or whatever, then I will remember you for sure. Because your name, Who Asked, is actually a pretty memorable one. I'm not great with names, I'll admit. That's one of my shortcomings. Is I'm not great with names. So, like, for example, sometimes Charlie will be talking about somebody specific, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then he'll have to kind of talk about it for a second. I'll be like, oh, now I know who you're talking about. But a lot of the times when you just say a name, it doesn't. My brain doesn't immediately like go off into left field with, it doesn't immediately latch onto that
content machine we had put out there, and then that's just
yeah, dude. I don't know if you saw this, but it is just painful to watch.
Public, so
Okay, well,
it is what it is at this point.
All right, we don't have to keep going around in circles here. I guess just one last thing that I want to know: do you think she did anything wrong?
Oh God! You see, he shouldn't even have to think about this. If any sane individual should be able to look back at the stream and immediately tell that the way they were being treated was like was like a fucking spit can. It was not. You should be able to immediately say, yeah, I think that she fucked up at a couple of points.
See, it's a tough question to answer because obviously I want to stand by my friend, right? So I mean, it's tough because it's the truth. Like, I would have to say, I'd say no because I'm not forcing myself to say no. It's just because.
Oh my God, that hurts me. That hurts me. How can you say that? Oh my God. Like, and you can just see Charlie, his face, like every time he hears just an absolute dog pile of a response from him, Charlie's just like, like he just makes these faces and you can tell he's just uncomfortable because Charlie cannot understand this point of view. Neither can I. If you have respect for yourself, you should not be able to understand this point of view.
If I didn't really want to do it, I wouldn't have done it. And if I was really, really, like, not invested into the process and, like, what we've been doing, I would have never.
But there is no process. The process is that she is using you as a content machine where you are the sole person being dunked on the whole time. There's no actual content being made besides just insulting you. And I don't think he realizes it. Like, I don't know if I can't tell if he sees it.
Or came here to begin with, because I knew
at all.
Because most people were like, because I kind of understand bullshit and just understand that if I don't want to do it, I'm not going to do it. Or like if I don't want like be put in a very uncomfortable situation, I won't do it. Because like
I
wouldn't talk
I'm not
to
gonna
you
pause it,
if
but...
I was not okay with it. So
yeah.
I would have to say no. I just understand that.
So you think everything she said to you was just okay, fine content, even though it hurt you, which you said, you still think that that's totally okay for a friend to do in front of everyone in your community and tell all your embarrassing moments and insult you for everything she believes is weak about you? That's the green light?
I agree to it.
But you did, again, the content.
But he says that he wouldn't put himself in a situation where he feels embarrassed or uncomfortable, but he willingly put himself in that exact situation. So that, once again, does not add up. Oh God.
She asked if it was okay, and I said yes.
She asked if it was okay to say that I would rather be emotionally abused and traumatized by my ex than date you. She ran that pre-wash joke by you?
No, but I mean, I just,
exactly.
It's like, it's a joke.
But okay, if he has any ability to foresee the future at all, then he would have seen, the whole game today is going to be, we drink, we take shots until a $500 goal is reached, and then she's going to kiss me. Clearly this stream, and it's going to be a truth or, what was it? Truth or drink? So clearly it was going to be a situation. He set himself up. Maybe unintentionally, I don't know, maybe he didn't realize what was going to happen, but him being the people looking at him as the just usual Twitch mod, the creepy guy, even if he's not that, people are going to be going into the situation assuming that is who he is, that he is going to be this creepy Twitch mod guy, even if he's not. And really the whole time, that's just like they tried to paint the picture of him being this creepy, weird Twitch mod that is going to have zero chance with this streamer. And that's she didn't treat him like a friend. She treated him like somebody who's never going to have a chance with him. And the entire time, it just seems like he is simping over her, which is what, like, for example, when they got the question asked, rate each other 1 out of 10, and he immediately jumped out of the gate, willy-nilly, and said, "You are a 10 out of 10, immediately." First off, I would not want a brother to say that. Like, I would never say something like that to my sister. So the whole brother-sister argument gets kind of stomped on out the gate. But, and then he says, okay, that means I'm a 6 after, you know, saying that after saying that she's going to drink instead of answering. And then her saying, no, if you were a 6, I would have said that out loud. So the whole stream, he just set himself up unintentionally. It's horrible.
I mean, is it a good joke? No, but I understand that if you're going to try to, like, you're a comedian, right? Like, not all their jokes are going to land a stick. If you're you know, we're doing what?
But none of the jokes were funny.
Quick stream with no real plan behind it.
Like, it's not that one or two of them, one or two of her jokes didn't stick. It's that none of them stuck, and they were just insulting.
To insult you, it seems that was the whole plan for the entire time from then till she was drunk enough to kiss you from the donation goal, and then to the time you went to the club.
That was going to be the whole stream.
Seems like a plan that I don't think you probably envisioned for how that stream would go.
Exactly. I don't think anyone would agree to something like that, knowing
we were already
that that's how it was going to go.
Just from the jump. It's just like, yeah, we planned some things like, hey, let's talk about how I would talk to a girl at the club. Or, you know, I think you missed the part where, like, we're so comfortable with each other that I would agree for her to take a shot out of my belly button or something stupid like that, right? So it's just like, I already was signing up for something that could be really chaotic and just live in that kind of chaos. And, you know, it's just, yeah, for someone who can't handle something like that, that will ruin them. Yeah, I'm just not going to let it ruin me. And I hope you understand that, Charlie.
I'll be honest, I don't. Being fully transparent, I don't get why you put yourself in this position. You're much better than this. I don't think you have to be this platoon that she spits in and lets her community do the same.
Exactly.
I don't know why you let her treat you that way publicly. It doesn't seem like a healthy friendship, the way she milks you for content, even after you got out of a 5-year relationship that clearly still did have a big effect on you at the time. I don't see this as a good friendship, but I'm not your dad. I'm not your dad. My voice is cracking, but like
as I said in my last video, and as Charlie knows too, this is a load of spoiled titty milk. This is some fucking dog shit. I've never, like, oh my god, I don't think he's this brainwashed. I legitimately think that he just doesn't know what to do in this situation because he's living at the streamer's house. She's, like, trapped him in this situation that he can't get out of. Like, it's, ugh, God, I would hate to be in that situation, but I don't know. I feel like I would...
Actually, I'm just kind of...
See, I don't know. It's just... God.
Sad to
such
hear
an uncomfortable situation he's found
because
himself in.
It sucks, like, being fully honest. You don't deserve to be treated that way. No one does. But if it's the role that you're happy with, if you believe that the exposure she pays you in is worth your business guidance and all of that.
Exactly. The only real benefit that he's gotten out of this relationship, from his words, is is getting, like, his brand out there, I guess. Like, he doesn't actually get any monetary value from the streams or anything. Now, if he were to come out and say, yeah, I got paid $500 to be on this stream or something, just for, like, the comedic effect, that might make a little bit more sense, because then it would actually be a role. She is going to be the dominant figure, just, you know, shitting on him the whole time, but at least he's getting paid for it. Like, he's doing it for a reason. This just happened... This happened for no reason. He got nothing out of this except for being humiliated. And then this update that came right after the stream happened it made nothing better. It made everything. It made everything more like the water was more blurry after the fact.
And you'd like to keep playing the jester for her to joke about and laugh at for, you know, however long, then all power to you. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie and say I get it.
And it's so sad because during the stream, she was like, she got a question asking if Dilly was happy to be on the stream, just saying like he didn't feel like Dilly was being treated correctly, and Caitlyn immediately was like, "You're happy, Dilly, right? You're happy to be on the stream, right? Right? You are happy to be on the stream." And Dilly, of course, like, what is he gonna say? No, I fucking hate you and I hate the stream. Like, he's not gonna come out and just say that. Of course, on this while live, he's gonna be like, "Yeah, this is my dream come true," you know. So she just boxed him in. Honestly, checkmate. Jesus.
Really do not. It just seems very toxic, and it seems like she has got you completely hooked on a fantasy. I don't believe
exactly. Maybe he is into it. Maybe he is into the domination complex where he has his balls straddled and they're being stomped on while she's screaming hurtful things to him. Like maybe he gets off to that shit. I have no idea. I mean, I don't understand it, but you know what? If that's his form of pleasure, you know, maybe he's going to sleep fucking, I don't know, jerking his meat to the thought of the next insult that's going to be thrown his way. But boy, that's hard for me to see, but
he is a
I
good
don't know.
friend to you. From everything you told me.
I mean, that's just for me to deal with and process because
I get that. Yeah, that is your cross to bear, as they say. I just wanted to try and understand, and I'm walking away with even less of an understanding, if I'm being honest. And it's not your fault. You took blame for how this stream went when you
like holy fucking shit. I can see if he said like the wrong thing. If he was like, yeah, the one comment where he was like, well, anyone would be hurt by what she said. I can just imagine her standing at the doorway, ready to karate chop his throat as he walks out because of that one comment. Like if she she acts like that on stream, right? So you can only imagine what she acts like when no one's watching. She clearly is going to be an unhinged asshole. So, but, you know, if he wants to take it, if he wants that to be his role, maybe he can build a lucrative career out of cycling himself out. Maybe. Cucking himself out. Maybe. Jesus. I mean, God, what? I mean, but that would be... Jesus, can you imagine a more demeaning existence? My God. Your whole persona is the person that gets shat on at every opportunity. I mean, I don't know, maybe it could be lucrative. Maybe, I'm not gonna lie, if he started getting paid from this, like if he actually started a career, then all power to him. Then this makes a little bit more sense. It's like the TV shows where there's one character that always gets bullied, but they're getting paid for it, and it's acting too. This seemed legitimate, like it seemed like karate chops to the throat the entire time. And she had no remorse at all. At no point. I doubt that she, apologized to him. So, yeah, maybe he can find a lucrative career out of cucking himself. That would be, you know what? That would be a one wild twist to the whole situation. Let me tell you.
Done nothing wrong, and it's just sad, is all. And I'd like better for you and anyone else in your position.
I don't know. I just know that there is, as hard as that sounds, that there is something positive to take from this, right? For those who are interested, and obviously, with streaming.
Like I said earlier, I would love to talk to Dilly and just ask him why, why do you feel like you should be subjected to this? Even if you agree to something, if you find yourself in a situation where you're obviously being cucked, and cucked is used primarily as like a sexual term, but it can be found in many different forms. If you are the person that's the brute of harassment or whatever, and you're not doing anything about it, you're being cucked. So I would love to ask him why he feels like, even though he agreed to make this type of content, why he feels like he should be treated this way with no type of reimbursement, you know, like he's getting nothing out of it except for maybe the time he gets to spend with Caitlyn. I don't fucking know, but I can't imagine that time is too the Jonah Hill of YouTube, just getting dunked on. Literally. Oh my god, right? If you watch this from the beginning, from the beginning, people are like, W Dilly, W Dilly. And as it just keeps going, FL, FFF. Charlie is breaking up. He's going to start, wait, what? FF. Free Dilly. I said this earlier, probably before you were here, but he's basically in a 3,500 square foot North Korea right now. He's being rained on. I feel like if he doesn't walk out of the room kissing Dilly's feet, she's gonna stomp on his neck or something, curb stomp his face.
Content, there's like, it just goes hand in hand. Like, what are you okay with, or where people are okay with to like do? And it's just, I just happen to be on that side that's a little bit not, I don't know, I would say risque. That's just how I want to describe it.
Risk what? I don't even know what you just said.
I appreciate the time for you to come talk to me and just try to understand. And
yeah, at this point, it just seems like Charlie's dissociated from the situation, understandably, because every time Charlie tries to give him any sort of constructive criticism that would help him in the future, he just totally shoots it down and comes up with new excuses for Caitlyn. Every fucking time. It's like, it literally was like Ring Around the Rosie that never ended.
No.
For an hour, almost, for 45 minutes.
It's been a lot, but I appreciate it, you know, and I wish you well as everything.
Yeah, you.
See, the thing is, he seems like such a nice guy, though. Like, he doesn't seem like a terrible dude. Of course, we only saw an hour and 25 minutes of him, and it wasn't even him freely. It was him on a stream getting insulted the entire time. And then we get another 45 minutes. He seems like a genuinely nice guy. Now, I don't know what he's like behind closed doors or whatever. But if he's able to hold together a 5-year relationship, then I would assume he's probably not the worst fellow. But what do we know? We don't really know this guy, you know?
Well, man, I hope whatever you decide to do, I hope the doctor and all of that works out well, and the brands you're building. I'm wishing you the best of luck with it, brother.
Thank you, man.
I mean, and it seems like, I mean, I don't know if this is true, but he said that in 1 month he made 40K. Now, this could have been blowing up the amount of money he made to try to seem, you know, to try to entice Caitlyn or whatever, or kind of open her eyes like, oh, he makes a lot of money. But I don't know. I don't know if that was a lie or what, but the whole time it just felt uncomfortable and
yeah, have a great
shitty.
rest of your night, man. Appreciate the time.
Yep. Fucking Jesus.
Well, that was
Getting
an interesting
bombshelled.
conversation. He's just such a seemingly nice
dropped.
guy. Whoops, wrong one. I don't know. Again, I'm not his dad. I wanted to understand. I still don't, but that's his thing.
Yep, that was definitely a
mine.
Charlie W. He actually gave him constructive criticism. He was basically being his therapist for free for 45 minutes and just got shot down at every opportunity. So unfortunate. I have no reason to lie. Me and Kate have been friends for some time now outside of streaming. She has done a lot for me and my personal growth. I want people to understand that I'm doing well. I value our friendship and understand that what was said can be hurtful. I decided to come to Kate's to make my vacation all worthwhile, and it was my idea for us to do streams together, knowing there would be some jokes and banter. I have no regrets on being her friend and doing content with Caitlyn. Yeah, but it's not, as Charlie mentioned, it's not banter. It's a one-sided flogging. Banter is two-sided. Like, you have a small dick. No, actually, you have a small dick. Like, two people conversing. It's not fucking banter. Like, okay, hold up. Let's see. Sounds like codependency to me. Yeah, I guess. I mean, kind of. I don't even know if he's codependent on her because he doesn't live with her. He's just staying with her for a couple of days. I think it's a situation where he was hoping that maybe he could have a chance. Like, he would show up and it would be, she would have open arms, like, come into my bed with me immediately. Like, I don't know. I don't know what in his mind was like, what screamed this was going to be a good idea, but I don't know. I feel like he probably thought he had a chance, and it totally backfired. It totally backfired. So I have no regrets on being her friend and doing content with Caitlyn. My God, I would. Hold on one sec. It's getting hot as shit in my room. Starting to sweat my dick off. And I don't believe the friends thing at all. I do not believe them being friends outside of YouTube. I do not think that they play games on a regular basis. I don't think that they talk on a regular basis. I think that is a bunch of mumbo jumbo fuckery that was, you know, compiled up to make it seem like a better situation. I guarantee you there was like a fucking PR reputation protection session between him and Caitlyn where they talked about, okay, how are we going to salvage this? How are we going to take this situation and try to get it lined back up? And it doesn't come off as genuine to me. I don't see them playing games together. I don't see them really doing anything together outside of the 1 week long period that he's staying at her house where they, I guess, went to the club or whatever. But like, that's like a 1 week sort of thing. Maybe every once in a while they may play a game together. But then again, as Charlie said, if they are actual friends outside of streaming or content creation, and then all of a sudden when the cameras are on and everyone's watching, Caitlyn treats him like a fucking like a punching bag, then she's a two-faced asshole. That's not a real friend. That's not somebody you actually want to be, you know, around. Oh, even worse, he was having a fantasy and then tried to act like he was okay after getting slammed so hard. Exactly. That's another thing. That could be, yeah, he was having this little fantasy in his head, like, oh, I'm going to come over here, I'm going to sweep her off her feet, and after it ended up just totally flipping a 180, he tried to scramble whatever dignity he had left, and it just didn't hit. You know what I'm saying? It didn't hit the mark. Everyone watching could tell that it was just disingenuous. It didn't seem like he meant anything he was saying. It just seemed like he was either trying to do reputation protection for Caitlyn, or he was so embarrassed about the situation that he had to just act like he would fit into the role. But the way that he went about it, it was counterintuitive. It worked against him, because now people are looking at him like, you are literally a cuck. You are allowing yourself to be cucked right now. So it just makes him look even worse, even though he may be trying to make it seem like this was the plan all along. Like, I know what I was getting myself into. Don't worry about me. Well, that's what it seems like to me. There's a whole myriad of things. I don't think he has any left. Yeah, legitimately. Looking at this dude, it feels like he has no confidence. He doesn't have any forcefulness behind what he says. He doesn't actually have any conviction in his voice. He just sounds like a shell, which is which is fair enough. He just got out of a 5-year relationship. He's not going to be 100%. After a 5-year relationship, anyone would be hurt, you know? Everyone has a little bit of a rebuilding process after something like that happens. Especially after someone as big as Charlie covering it. Yeah, like this shit. This guy, no one knew who this guy was until yesterday. No one knew this guy. He was I wouldn't say no name, but it's just like, except for a small subset of streamers, no one really knew who he was. And all of a sudden, a streamer as big as Charlie or a YouTuber as big as Charlie covers the situation. All of a sudden, millions of people see his face. And so you can only imagine the amount of people that are probably calling him a cuck, probably sending Caitlyn death threats. So it just has created this fucked up dynamic where, where they're just, I'm sure Dilly and Caitlyn are being bombarded right now with comments and emails and all types of shit, hateful stuff, which of course is not, it's not warranted. No one should ever send death threats, and no one should ever, hold on one sec. Trinity text me, hold on. But then the thing is with him, I just don't understand why he wouldn't leave. Like, I know he's on vacation, right? But at this point, I would just use a couple schmackaroos, a couple buckaroos, and just go stay somewhere else. I would get a hotel room or something. And, like, I would just leave the house. I'd be like, I would just tell her, hey, I don't feel like this is the place I need to be right now. And I would go stay in a motel, hotel, whatever, just not in that house. It would make me super uncomfortable. I would not want to be around her. Like, the whole situation stinks. The whole situation is a smelly mess right now. And I don't feel like anyone caught in the crossfire is comfortable. It makes me uncomfortable just watching it, so I can only imagine how he feels in his situation.
That kind of stuff kind of goes around with a content creator.
Okay, I think that makes a lot of sense. Now, how close would you say you guys are? Do you guys like talk every day? Do you guys play games together off stream? Like, what does that dynamic look like?
Yeah, so we do play games off stream together. She is like super into Valorant, and she's made me probably a way better player than, just from our friendship and just, having our banter and just like going back and forth on stuff like that. So I just like, I've gotten better at games, things.
You know what? Maybe we have it all wrong. Maybe it's totally backwards. Maybe they are the bestest of friends off screen. I don't know. Maybe they are I don't know, best friends. And then on screen, she flips on them. I have no fucking idea.
To her and our time off stream, and then
going wild mode
pretty much
on his ass,
because we have like obviously so I want to tell people that I came and visited and I'm on vacation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, hey, let's
a vacation,
some streams together, right? So I know how to cook, and I know she's into cooking streams, and then that we would do like a drinking stream, right? So that's just kind of what happened.
Hey, shit, he mentioned a cooking stream. I'm still waiting for that. I'm waiting for that cooking stream. Are they live? You know what? I don't think she would be live right now because I checked earlier. Because she has a stream. Wait, is she? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, so she has one tomorrow. Wait, hold on. Oh, she already had one? What? Okay. I guess. Yeah, right here. I mean, like, you saw this, I'm sure, but...
Oh, God, fuck. Sorry, one more shot, guys. If you ever want to get drunk really fast, just have to kiss Dilly, you will be fucked up by the time the night's over.
Goddamn. That's so fucked up, saying he's so revolting that you have to be shit-faced drunk in order to even attempt to kiss him. My God. My cock is flaccid.
Okay, do it.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Can you come closer?
This close? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Can you pucker up? Pucker up.
This is my. I have small lips.
You just nodded on me. You just nodded on me.
My allergy.
You went.
Like, she just makes the situation way more awkward by saying he sneezed on her or whatever. Like, god damn it, man. He is in a situation where he's allergic to the cats. Like I said in my video, his throat is probably on fire right now. Look at the dude. He looks like somebody just stuffed his face in their ass and then fucking shitted a ton. Like, he does not look okay. And on top of that, he's being humiliated.
Those knots went on my leg.
It did?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
All right, come on.
Okay.
Like, he legitimately looks swollen. Oh, you don't hear it, but in a second there, she, like, takes a toothbrush, jams it down her throat, and is like, acting like she's about to throw up. Poor dude. And then, he even sounds like a sub, bro. Definitely into it. Bro, there's no way. I don't understand that. I don't. You think he's submissive? I mean, my God, exactly. Jesus, I could just, like, that's one of those situations where you're so embarrassed, you just dissociate from the situation. You're looking at the video and you just stare at it for way longer than the video even plays. Like, just, holy fuck. Yeah, and he's watching it in Caitlin's shower, so he's probably, like, I don't know, imagining her pussy or something while crying at that video. Maybe he does like it. I don't know. Maybe he is submissive. I don't know how any man could tolerate that amount of disrespect without liking it. Oh, holy shit. I don't know if I'd say I disagree, but I feel like a lot of men take a fuck ton of disrespect. Even more than this. But, I mean, this is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. Yeah. In terms of blatant disrespect. God, can you imagine the Giga Chad moment that, like, right before they kissed, he just stands up, walks out, and is like, "You're a disgusting bitch," and just gets in the car and leaves. Oh my God. I feel like you'd hear an audible applause. Like, the one ghost watching would just start clapping. Oh God, to me, it's just cringe in general when people overreact about shit like that. It's so, to me, that's, ugh. God dang. Poor dude. But the thing is I feel like it was so embarrassing. Like, you know when you're drunk, but then something serious happens and you're immediately sober? I feel like that's what happened. I don't feel like he was just drunk the whole time. I feel like he was drunk, but every time something embarrassing would happen, he would immediately, like, snap back to reality. So it was just this perpetual cycle where he's just getting dumpster fucked constantly.
Happened. I was like, oh, let's make the most out of my trip, because it was like super last minute, and she was like super accommodating for a last minute idea.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she was super accommodating. I mean, it's such a good content factory to being like, we're gonna get a mod on the stream, you know, but that's she only treated him like a mod. She didn't treat him like a good friend. Like, she didn't introduce him like, hey, this is Dilly, my really good friend. No, he was like, one of my mods.
So.
Now, I think all of that content idea sounds super logical, but did you discuss, like, you being the subject of all of the jokes? I'm using that word real loosey-goosey here, because in my opinion, it's less jokes and more just deep-cut insults. And I know you're at her house right now, so it might be a little uncomfortable to get serious about it, but...
No, I mean, I've thought about it, and just, like, I've been kind of
Once again, PR reputation protection. For sure.
shifting you know, I've been in a character arc development, right? So I've been taking more initiative on being a part of her content, right?
But she has no remorse. She never said, hold on. She never said sorry. She never tried to rewrite her wrongs or anything like that. She was just like, you took my shit out of context, fuck you. She never actually said anything that would make you feel like she had any sort of remorse. I saw this, I think it was right here. Let's see. So, Dilly himself came back on stream the next day to address these claims, saying that he's been treated well by Caitlyn and that they've had a good time together. Don't believe that for a second. Where was it? What? Hold on. What the fuck? When replying to a message where someone asked, you'd rather call him ugly in front of 3,000 people instead of be nice? Caitlyn had this to say. I didn't say he was ugly. I said his hair smells like shit. Are you guys deaf? Okay, hold on. Okay. So I know what they are referring to. It's where they get a dono from somebody and they asked each other to rate. They asked them to rate each other, and instead of Caitlyn rating him, she says, "I'm gonna drink," and he says, "Okay, that means I'm a 10." And then she says, a 6," and then she says, "If you were a 6, I would have said that out loud." That's blatantly saying you think he's ugly. It's not like you didn't have to say, by the way, Dilly, you're an ugly piece of shit, for people to realize that you just called him ugly. I guess you could say, like, by proxy or whatever, but Jesus, he's even blaming himself. She's got to be a narcissist too. Just refusing to take responsibility at all is crazy. Exactly. Like, real reputation protection would be like, hey, I'm really sorry about what I did. My self-awareness was off that day or something, like try to get whatever you can back from that, I guess. I mean, like, what's done is done, but at least take responsibility, saying, hey, Dilly, like admitting, like, yeah, I did not treat Dilly correctly, but instead she's trying to deflect it off on, I said his hair smells like shit. I'm sure that's supposed to make him feel way better. By the way, Dilly, your hair smells like shit. I'm sure that's not going to make him feel uncomfortable at all. She also paid Dilly by giving him a pair of her panties. Jesus. Holy moly, I feel like I just got shot by a 12 gauge. She also paid, this is how she pays him, paid Dilly by giving him a pair of her panties after he sniffed them on stream. Holy fucking barnacles. That is, god dang, wow. That's seizure-inducing. Holy fuck. That said, there are those who are still rooting for him. One commenter on Charlie's video put it best. I want to see Dilly's villain arc where he works out, gets shredded, starts his own stream, and absolutely blows up and gets literally everyone's approval. I hope that for him. I really fucking hope he makes that type of damn comeback. That would be awesome. But I don't see it. If he, like, stays in this position where he's constantly being dumbed down, then he won't even have the opportunity to even attempt to build himself back up. He's just going to be this consistent shitter, pretty much. Where everyone's just going to dump their waste on him at every opportunity.
Sometimes, like, he's brave. You guys don't even know him. That's the fucking crazy part. You guys are so parasocial. You guys think you can speak for someone you don't fucking know. It'd be different if you guys are his friends, like people in his, like, circle.
Bro, what? It's not like it's not like this is a special case to him. Like, if anyone was put in his situation, they would feel the exact same way. They would feel demeaned. They would feel like they were being put down. She's talking about him like he has no feelings. Like he's an emotionless puppet, basically. You don't know him. You don't know him. So, you know, therefore, I'm allowed to abuse him. Like, what?
Right? Say that he's brainwashed, whatever. You don't even fucking know him. Also, hi, Eric Dilly, big fan, big fan. But yeah, okay, keep saying what you guys want.
Holy fuck, it's not even just saying what people want. It's the truth. It is the fucking truth. Alright, let's see if there's any other articles on it saying anything different. Who in tarnation is that? Is that also Sub Caitlyn? Am I tripping? That is not her, right? Oh no, this is Senna. Okay. Popular Twitch streamer Senna has shared her thoughts on the recent viral situation involving fellow content creator Caitlyn, Sup Caitlyn. For those unaware, Sup Caitlyn collaborated with one of her channel moderators named Dilly, during which she set a goal of kissing the latter if she received a $500 donation. That's worded weird. If she received a total of $500 in donations. Let's see. Okay, during her live stream earlier today, Twitch streamer Senna commented on Sup Caitlyn, claiming that her viral interaction with her moderator was staged. What? All right, you know what? I'm just going to say it this way. I know that not everything is as it seems, okay? I know that not everything is as it seems. What? And if that's what she is claiming and it was staged, then that's fine. What? But if you're going to stage being a mean high school bully and the rest of the world sees you as a mean high school bully, why are you mad that that's the response that you got? That's what I don't understand, right? I totally agree with that. 100% agree. 100% agree. That, yeah, if you're going to act like the bully, if that's the... And it's not like she, at the beginning of her stream, was like, yep, this is all an act. This is all an act. I promise. Like, no, she never once hinted that it was an act. It was just supposed to be two friends doing a stream together. And yeah, when you act like the bully, you're going to get repercussions, I guess. Like, you can't be mad that you pretended to be a mean high school girl, and then suddenly now that people take you as that, you're like, oh, I just don't understand why anybody thought that because I was just pretending to be, but you portrayed yourself that way. Totally agree with that. Yeah. That sounds about right. That sounds about in line with, yeah, that sounds pretty right. But I don't know. I'm sure this will all blow over. Caitlyn will be fine. Her career won't be affected. So, which she described as painful. Yeah. My God, yeah, exactly. She described the kiss as painful. Goddamn. Poor Dilly. My God. When asked if he thought Sup Caitlyn genuinely cared about him, Dilly responded, yeah, genuinely. When I went through my breakup, she set me up to have a dating show. But how did that, what, how does that have anything to do with, caring about him? That's just giving him a platform for something that's probably going to make him look even more like a cuck. Come on, a dating show for a Twitch mod? What?
So, like, she does other content like dating shows and interviews, therapy, you know, just chatting meta, right? And I have recently became like a co-host, a personality that's a regular on her chat, and the personality I like.
I don't understand what he's saying here. He says he's a co-host, but he just said in chat. He's a co-host in the chat? Like, what? What the fuck? I've never heard of a chatter being a co-host. That makes no sense. I'm being brain fucked at the moment. So maybe he has this weird... He could be brainwashed. Maybe he feels like he's a co-host in the chat, like he's actually participating in her stream and is being a part of her stream in chat. I don't know, because I don't feel like he's ever been in another. I mean, we can check real quick and check her history. I think that was like one of the first times he's been on her stream. So if you go back, oh well, that's already all the way a year ago, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time he ever showed up. So
like to give is like my nickname's the Dizzler, hence the rise of the Riz.
So he legitimately thinks that he is this personality in the chat that like people are also focused on, instead of them being focused. Like, if that makes any sense.
Dizzler, right?
Right.
So initially the idea was, oh, if I got a kiss, it'd be like hype, be W's, you know. It's pushing that Dizzler narrative that I've been working on because I've been doing co-hosting, you know, wingmanning for guys, helping the girls that do the content we do together. And, you know, because to talk to girls, you have to have some kind of competency and like to have the competency to teach them how to, you know, work on the Riz, right? So like I have to have that kind of.
And he sounds so unconfident that his sentences are kind of like an amalgamation of things that don't really make all that much sense. Like he doesn't seem like he can form a full sentence. And I don't think it's because he's stupid or anything. I feel like it's more of he's probably nervous. He's been blindsided by this situation that he didn't see coming. He definitely didn't expect somebody like Charlie to cover a situation like this. And all of a sudden he's being spontaneously butt-fucked by this whole situation. So I can only imagine the nervousness he's feeling after, like, he's a nobody and now literally all eyes are on him. It's like it's like a total 180-degree flip. But he's saying that, I don't know, something about he has to riz people up and riz this, riz that, and he just doesn't give off that type of
confidence
vibe
to talk
at all.
To them, not, you know, back down and like, oh, I'm a Discord mod, this and that. You just say I'm a normal guy that talks to people. That just happens to mod for Sub Caitlyn. That's just what happened.
Yeah,
This is one of those situations where I feel like the saying "you practice what you preach" can be used very literally, because he over here, Dilly is saying one thing, saying that he's basically preaching that he is supposed to be this Dizzler. He's supposed to teach men how to riz themselves up, or teach men how to riz women up and all this kind of stuff. But then he doesn't practice it. Like, he doesn't seem like that kind of guy in real life. Like, it feels like this persona that he's formed to try to maybe help his confidence out. I really don't know. But yeah, it seems like a lot of it's
that's
kind
not
of in
really
his head a little bit, maybe.
like, where I'm confused on the relationship or anything. But you already mentioned the kiss. Like,
she's got a gun on him behind the camera. That's what I'm saying.
That kind of response when that donation goal was hit, where
you'll see him like look to, basically, like, I'm looking at the camera right now. He looks down to the left and winks, like he's winking to a person. You can kind of see that he is looking at someone. So she is definitely over there with the fucking slingshot pointed at his head, like with explosive gunpowder. And, you know, he's basically, he has to be very careful. He has to dance around what he wants to say versus what he knows he can say. So he, you know, it's not like one of the situations where he just has free reign. And that is exactly why I said that after this whole situation, I would have just left. Like, I would have been like, listen, this was it was a cool idea. Clearly did not work out. I'm going to go stay somewhere else for the remaining 5 days. And then he would actually be able to have a real conversation with Charlie and give him his real feelings, because he's not being held hostage anymore. Like, Caitlyn is like, to leave, you have to give me 10,000 buckaroos. Like, you know, like, he's definitely being held at gunpoint, metaphorically, I guess.
Or just like dry heaving, like she, you know, trying to throw up, like, as if he were so unbelievably revolting that she had to run away, rinse out her mouth.
Exactly! The whole time, she acts like he's a revolting dog turd. At no point is she like, does she even give him a speckle of hope that there could be a chance between them. At the old time, she treats him like a sardine that's been sitting out in the sun for a year and smells like Satan, you know?
Fucking say a prayer or something for forgiveness because of kissing you? Like, there's no way that was a joke you knew was coming, or like this was the content you envisioned.
I wasn't shocked from it because we've discussed, you know, like our friendship is.
And
like
the reason why he probably wasn't shocked from it was because she treats him like this regularly. He thinks that she's her friend, or like he has this twisted notion of like, this is how friends treat each other. This is just normal. This is how friends should treat each other. Because like, maybe he's never been treated differently. Maybe this is just how he's been treated his whole life, which is so fucking sad. Holy fucking dick pickle. My God, this is actually sad. And he's just found himself in a greasy pickle where he's stuck between, people are now telling him this is not how friends are supposed to treat each other. This is not, friends should not belittle each other to this degree. And it might be this like tug of war. Like he's like, well, should friends really treat each other this way, or should they not? Like maybe he just doesn't know. Maybe he hasn't had really good friends to, you know, so that he has this like this thing that he can compare it to. You know, maybe he doesn't have a really good friend he can compare to where he knows how he should be treated. So like, I don't know. There's so many fucking angles that you can take this.
Other sister, and then if you put your mindset on like, you know, she only kisses someone very seldomly, if at all, right? That she has to kiss someone that she sees as like a little brother, and I can understand that. I wouldn't want to kiss my older sister and be, you know.
Is that okay? So is that the relationship you feel you have with her, a brother sister? Do you rate like everything in that stream? I watched it. You were extremely sweet and complimentary of her, like not as a sister, but as someone.
Okay, this is totally off topic, but he keeps doing this. What is he eating? What is this? Like, is he just picking it up off the floor, like picking up crumbs off the floor and like eating them? What the fuck is he eating right now? Like, what is that? What is yellow, orange, and white? Is that like, what are they called? The Halloween candy or whatever? I'm just curious because he keeps eating them. Yeah, it must be these, but it doesn't. It could be. That definitely might be. And if he's eating candy corn, then we know he's too far gone. Holy fuck. Yeah, if he's eating candy corn, then that's the biggest red flag you could ever see in a human being. Holy shit. Candy corn, it was put here by someone who hates themselves. Satan's candy.
And I get that. That's not really like where I'm confused on the relationship or anything. But you already mentioned the kiss. Like, did you expect that kind of response when that donation goal was hit, where she'd start just like dry heaving, like she, you know, trying to throw up, like as if you were so unbelievably revolting that she had.
Yeah, with the way that she responded, I'm surprised she didn't immediately kiss him and just projectile vomit all over his face. Like with the way that with how disgusting she portrayed that kiss to be, I'm surprised she didn't kneel over and die.
Had to run away, rinse out her mouth, fucking say a prayer or something for forgiveness because of kissing you. Like, there's no way that was a joke you knew was coming, or like this was the content you envisioned.
I wasn't shocked from it because we've discussed, you know, like our friendship is like.
By the way, I just imagine her like talking to him beforehand and explaining what's gonna go, you know, what's gonna happen on stream, and her just being like, yeah, later on in the stream when we actually do kiss, I'm gonna run away in a scream. I'm gonna run away as fast as I can and act like I'm vomiting. I can't imagine somebody agreeing to that willingly.
Brother sister, and then if you put,
unless it's like a gun to his head, like, you are gonna do this or some shit. I don't know.
Your mindset on like, you know, she only kisses someone very seldomly, if at all, right? That she has to kiss someone that she sees as like a little brother, and I can understand that. I wouldn't want to kiss my older sister and be, you know.
Is that okay? So,
anyways, man, if you're over this situation, I just think it's a really interesting situation. But yeah, if you're done with it, we can definitely move on to something different. Like literal dog water. Yeah, exactly. Like, what is that? It's the Vegemite or whatever that Australians eat. She acted like that's what she tasted when their lips conversed. Like, and it wasn't even like an actual smooch. It didn't even look like it touched. So,
is that the relationship you feel you have with her, a brother-sister? Do you rate, like, everything in that stream, I watched it, you were extremely sweet and complimentary of her. Like, not as a sister, but as someone who's clear.
That was what I was so baffled by, is he genuinely seems like such a sweet, like a nice individual, but at every opportunity, even when she's over there vomiting from giving him a peck on the lips, he's like, "Are you okay?" In that situation, I'd be locked up. I would not be able to move because I'd be so embarrassed. I don't think I've been this embarrassed since middle school. Nothing.
Clearly
at all.
More interested than that. Do you feel it's a brother-sister relationship, or just the way?
Brother-sister, because I feel like, you know, when you mentioned something about like romantic interests, is like,
you know what?
If that's the case,
let's move on. I've talked enough about this. Heard about what happened in Miami? People saying they saw giants in the mall? What? Of course, some Florida bullshit going on again. 10-foot aliens didn't invade a shopping mall in Miami. What, were they like... Why are people saying that they saw... Hold on. Okay. Were they like beaming people into outer space or some shit? Jesus Christ. I'd say somebody on LSD. The teens were setting off fireworks, which led to a panic, assuming there was a shooting, said Miami Police Department. Public information after... Okay. What the fuck does this have to do with aliens? While many of the responses online appeared lighthearted, the post showed just how quickly and easily misinformation can spread on social media. The response also underscores an uptick in interest in extraterrestrial activity from hearings in Congress last summer about unidentified... Oh my God, they're talking about the like little alien that like Mexico was trying to say that they did an autopsy on. I thought that was bullshit. Well, I mean, we know that is bullshit, but okay, hold on. Let's click on this first link. No, 10-foot aliens. Let's see, let's watch the video. Jesus! Did they send like the entire Florida police force to this one location?
Esto es una llamada a todas las unidades de la ciudad de Miami.
My God! I mean, Jesus Christ!
Esto es en Bayside ahora.
God, they sent the fucking SWAT team after these aliens. Oh, here comes another one.
¿Qué hora es? ¿Qué hora es? ¿Qué hora es? 9:35 de la noche de hoy, 1 de enero.
Like, I just can't imagine a big enough commotion to where this many police cars are summoned. Wow. What the fuck? But look at the videos of how many officers showed up. Also, black helicopters. I'm just saying, I don't think it was aliens, but I'm not sure it was teenagers with fireworks either. Who the fuck sent that many police cars to stop kids with fireworks? That's what I'm saying. This looks like the entire Florida police force were, like, spawned in this one location. Like GTA had a fucking glitch or something. Holy shit.
terreno para que sean testigos de cuando se produce una llamada.
I don't know. You know what? Maybe all those people are aliens.
Y las que vienen en camino.
I did hear about this, but I just felt like I thought it was just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. But seeing this video, like, what the fuck? That's like has got to be 100 police cars, at least. Yeah, Jesus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Like, holy mother of pearl. My God. There were no aliens at Miami Mall. I can't believe people actually thought there were aliens there. Now, I agree. I mean, hold on. Let's see what this... There's a little... Bro, what the fuck? That looks like a puff of smoke. A plume of smoke. It looks like somebody farted and they took a picture of it. Jesus Christ. A large police response to a Miami mall on New Year's Day had nothing to do with aliens despite viral conspiracy claims online, according to Florida authorities. Dozens of officers, it was, well, yeah, actually, that's right, dozens, yeah, were called to Miami's Bayside Marketplace in response to a large fight involving over 50 juveniles, possibly armed with sticks. Are you fucking kidding me? Armed with sticks? So they had to send, like, 60 armed officers to fight off 50 juveniles armed with sticks. Holy shit. I'm surprised the fight couldn't be broken up by middle-aged parents. According to an emailed statement from the Miami Police Department, however, some on social media took footage of the event as proof of a conspiracy and claimed police were there due to a large alien. My God, a large alien. So they claimed whatever the fuck fart smoke this was a 10-foot tall alien. I mean, I'll admit it. I mean, yeah, you can see the shoulders kind of like you could somebody. But the problem with all of these claims I always see is that they're always these low resolution, like, shit posts. You know what I'm saying? But it also is a little alarming that they had to send Florida's police army to ward off 50 juveniles, possibly armed with sticks. Like, what?
Cameron?
What's good?
What are you doing?
I am streaming right now.
Can you stop it to walk Odin and Samson really quickly?
I cannot. At the moment. Where's Thomas? Oop. What the fuck? Who the fuck sent that many police officers to stop kids with fireworks? No, it doesn't sound like fireworks. It sounds like they were armed with limbs, with tree limbs. What the fuck happens in Florida stays in Florida, I guess. I guess. Holy shit, Florida brain. Then again, I'm trying to move to Florida, so, I mean, I can't hate. Apparently this is going to be my new life. Maybe if I was in Florida, I would be one of the kids with the sticks. I don't know. Menaces to society. Crackheads on Twitter saying they saw the aliens too. I'll still be here if you need to go. I mean, I guess I could go, but I don't want to leave you hanging, man. That would be kind of fucked up, you know what I'm saying? That is kind of wild. I wonder how the videos are doing. I'm just curious. Let's see. All right, okay. Solid. Not bad. The woman gets driveway stolen was a fucking banger. That was wild. Like, driveway stolen. I guess I could go because I feel bad now. We do have 3 dogs, so you want to hear something wild? One of our neighbors is threatening to sue us over they're threatening to sue us because one of our dogs barks in the backyard. So like we'll let him out and he'll start barking, and the neighbor, he threatened to shoot our dog. He was like, "I'm gonna fucking shoot that dog." And so like, yeah, unfortunately we have to walk him now. It's kind of wild. Maybe I'll have a news story on me in a second here. Jesus. Because you best believe that if somebody shoots my dog, I am going to the damn... everyone's gonna be hearing about that shit. So, all right, yeah, I'm gonna go help her because I feel bad now that I rejected. So I'll be right back, probably like 10 minutes. So yeah, if you want to go do something else, then come back. That'll be cool. By the way, man, I appreciate you watching, but yeah, I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh my god, I missed a viewer. Fuck me. What's up, Max? Sorry, dude. I don't know when that was sent. Me. What's up, Max? Sorry for missing you. I had to go walk my dogs. Blunder on my end. Very much. But yeah, I don't know if you've heard about this Max Mansour, but there were no aliens at Miami Mall Brawl, so we're in the clear. No aliens, but then there's this picture of an ominous-looking fart that looks kind of like an alien, I guess. You could argue that that's a fucking alien. It's just hilarious. So yeah, they have an overhead video that they say shows a tall gray shape they believe is an alien meandering through the area next to several police cars. One post claims it possibly shows 10-foot alien slash creatures. Yeah, I would say that's a drug-fueled, psychotic claim. Definitely not backed by any sort of evidence. I mean, unless this is the one Lone Ranger of aliens, I doubt it. Now, if it was a clear damn... Here, hold up. Let's look at the Epstein victim. Epstein victim described intimate details of Donald Trump's alleged sexual proclivities, then recanted court docs. Huh. Okay. How old was she when she was on the island? A victim of Jeffrey Epstein described former President Donald Trump's alleged sexual proclivities in intimate detail, then later recanted her story according to newly unsealed court documents. In an undated email released Monday, Sarah Ransom, her last name is literally Ransom, allegedly wrote that her friend had sex with Trump on regular occasions at Epstein's mansion and recalled meeting her once for coffee before she was going to meet them both at the Manhattan townhouse. She confided in me about her casual friendship with Donald. That didn't sound... If she's saying that they regularly had sex, then that's not a casual friendship. With Donald, Mr. Trump definitely seemed to have a thing for her, and she told me how he kept going on about how he liked her pert nipples, according to the court filing. The pert nipples. I've never heard that before. Pert nipples. What does that even mean? Pert. I'm not gonna look that up. That sounds that'll pull up some shit. These basic accusations have been fully retracted because they are simply false and have no merit. In the same document, Ransom allegedly wrote in emails that he had viewed sex tapes of Clinton, Prince Andrew, and billionaire Richard Branson. Ransom later told the New Yorker in 2019 that she invented the tapes to draw attention to Epstein's behavior. Oh, great. So faking allegations and faking evidence in order to... God, what a brain-dead way of doing things. Holy shit. All have denied wrongdoing, and Branson called the claims invented and baseless. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, they're baseless, but, I mean, it's been proven that Epstein is, he's guilty, so, I mean, like, they're not really, I mean, they're baseless in and of themselves, but they're not. But he did have a child sex island. So what's up, man? I'm back. I had to walk the dogs, and then it started raining, so I had a slight I had a bit of an excuse to come back a little bit early. But yeah, like I was saying, one of our neighbors is attempting to, or not attempting, they haven't done it yet. They've Guy. What's up, Guy? How you doing? Yeah. They haven't done it yet, but they said you have 1 week to shut your dogs up, or else we are bringing you to civil court. And I don't really know exactly what they can do when you are brought to court because your dog barks. I don't know, like, what the legal repercussions are. I know that, like, dogs can have their vocal cords clipped, but so I don't know if they'd do like a court order where they would force us to clip our dog's vocal cords. I don't know. Either that or just straight up sue us for money, which bravo, you get some money, but you still have the issue of our dogs still bark. Like, the thing that I don't understand about it is they live in a neighborhood. They live in a populated area with multiple people, and a lot of people have dogs that go outside, go into the backyard so that they can go shit, and they bark. They are dogs. You know, like, if you don't want to hear dogs, then move to a secluded area. Like, this Jeffrey guy sounds bad. Oh, yep, he is bad. Yes, he is. Guy, you'd be very correct about that. He's not good. At all. And it's, I don't know exactly what's going to come of any of this stuff. I doubt that anyone's going to get any legal repercussions because these people are way too powerful. But I can guarantee you that their reputations, if you are, even if there's no legal repercussions for these people, the fact that they are even associated with Jeffrey Epstein is going to tarnish their reputation. I mean, I don't know, people might forget about it over time, but I mean, I don't really see that happening. So, yeah, and then the whole, what was it? Stephen Hawking. So, new Epstein files revealed details of Stephen Hawking underage orgy claims. The latest finding comes as part of a large trove of documents released due to a lawsuit filed by the Virginia GU for an Epstein accuser against Ghislaine Maxwell, an accomplice of Epstein. So I looked at all of the documents, and if you look up Jeffrey Epstein court documents. Let's see.
Tonight in New York.
Said to me made public.
Department of Justice has issued a report on the death of Jeffrey
I didn't even know he
Epstein.
died by
The report
suicide.
lays out in detail what it
that.
says are failures that occurred starting a month before Epstein died by suicide at the Metropolitan Correctional Center here in Manhattan. Among its findings, the DOJ says there were numerous and serious failures by the correctional staff,
is this the one that
including
has like
failing
900
to
pages?
ensure that Epstein was assigned
Not
a
at all.
cellmate.
No, the one I want to look at is like
failed to
900
undertake
pages long.
required measures designed to ensure that Epstein was accounted for and safe. It also clearly states that Epstein did die from hanging by
I was
a
able
noose
to find them pretty
he fashioned
quickly.
from a sheet or shirt, and there is no evidence contradicting the
When I
FBI's
look
finding
latest on the Jeffrey
that there
Epstein
was no
documents, the
criminal
names of
activity
several people
associated
connected
with
to him were
Epstein's
unsealed
death.
Wednesday. Senior investigative
What is
correspondent
happening?
Eric Turner
You have it in a
followed
PDF.
the
I
George,
take it
good
back.
morning to you.
I
The
take it
first
back.
40 of
no
about
idea.
275 previously secret documents have been released now. And while much of what's in them has been known before, they do contain some new details about an old groping accusation accusation against Prince
rapid
Andrew in an
decompression
effort to
in the door,
depose former
was
President
expelled,
Bill Clinton.
out of the plane.
No.
This morning, newly unsealed
I'm
court
up for-
records reinforced the Association of Presidents,
spell.
even the king of pop, with Jeffrey Epstein, the sex offender who killed himself in a New York City jail while awaiting trial. The documents were part of a long-settled
so they have
defamation
Stephen
lawsuit
Hawking
one of Epstein's
mentioned,
victims,
so-
Virginia Giuffre, filed against his former
such an
paramour,
odd
Ghislaine Maxwell. The documents include arguments
person.
by Giuffre's lawyers.
They even
who sought
misspelled Stephen
testimony
Hawking
from
in the
former
court
President
documents.
Bill Clinton, calling him a key person who can provide information about his close
You can
relationship
issue a reward
with
any of
Maxwell and Mr.
Virginia's
Epstein.
friends.
Giuffre never accused Clinton of
wait,
wrongdoing, but
Jesus,
claimed she
who
had dinner with
typed
him
this?
on Epstein's private
Acquaintance-
Caribbean island.
acquaintances,
Maxwell called
family
that
that
a
come
lie,
forward
and the
and help
documents
prove
show
her
her attorney said
allegations are
each and
false.
every
The strongest
part
is
of
the
Clinton's
Clinton dinner
claims
in
regarding
the new version
President
in the,
Clinton has
version-
conclusively been proven
What?
false.
In the new version
Clinton
in the
was
Virgin
never
Islands that
deposed.
Stephen Hawking
After Epstein's
participated
arrest,
in an
his spokesman
underage orgy.
denied Clinton was ever on the island. After
And
Giuffre's
I'm
allegations
just saying
became
rumors.
public, the documents
I'm
also
not-
show
there are
Epstein
some
emailed
rumors that are
Maxwell
baseless.
seeking
There are
to
some
offer
rumors
advice.
that come out of
You
thin
can issue
air
a
that
reward
don't
to
have
any of
any backing
Virginia's
to them.
friends,
And
acquaintances,
this is
family
kind
that
of
come
one of
forward
those.
and help prove
but
her allegations are false. The strongest is the Clinton
maybe
dinner.
it could have been a joke.
Giuffre claims she
They
was
could
a
have been
teen
like,
sex
"That's
slave
the
for
crippled
Epstein
dude.
and directed
We're gonna
by
make fun of
him
him," or
and
some shit. I
Maxwell
don't
to
know.
have sex with powerful men, as she described
We're
in a
gonna say
2019
he
interview
participated
with
in
the
an
Miami
underage
Herald.
orgy. But I did see a
training
picture
started
where
immediately how to be quiet, be subservient, give Jeffrey what he wants. A lot of this training came from Ghislaine herself.
I mean, it's not really
Giuffre
bad.
claimed
It just
Epstein
doesn't
ordered
look
her to have
great
sex on
after
3
this-
occasions with
after-
Britain's Prince Andrew, which he has
well,
denied.
that
He
was
said
just
he
right.
could not recall meeting her, and he told the BBC,
I mean,
this photo of the
I'm not
two
going to
of
say it
them
looks
could be
terrible. There's
fake.
nothing wrong with this picture.
absolutely
But
no memory
after these
of that
court
photograph
documents
ever
came out
being taken.
saying that he
Andrew
participated in an
settled a
underage
lawsuit
orgy,
with Giuffre in
and then
2022. The
I see
documents
this
include
picture and there's
testimony from Johanna Schober,
bunch
one
of
Epstein's accusers,
pretty young-looking
who said she was
girls,
seated next to Giuffre
and,
at Epstein's
yeah,
New York City
it doesn't
mansion
really look
when
great.
Andrew groped her breast. But when asked, do you have any knowledge about whether Virginia is telling the truth about whether Ghislaine Maxwell directed her to have sex with Prince Andrew, Schoberg answered, no, only based on what I've read in the media. When asked about meeting
So,
other famous people,
yeah.
she said she met
Wait,
Michael
am I
Jackson
in-
at
what am I in right
Epstein's
now? Oh my
house
God,
in
why am I
Palm
in Edge?
Beach.
What the fuck?
And when
Oh,
she
it
was asked,
opened the
did you
PDF
ever
in Edge.
massage Donald Trump? Schoberg responded, no. There
I guess we can
are
go back
more
to this.
documents to come later today. Giuffre's lawyer has said the public has rightly demanded to know
great.
how Epstein operated.
I love when they play random shit.
Case, I wouldn't be invited to her place. I wouldn't be living here in her personal space, right? So that's the agreement and our trust and friendship, to kind of keep it at that content level and just like kind of understand that, you know, we are here to try to entertain. Now, did it
What's up, Jonah? Sorry, I didn't see your comment.
achieve that goal? Kind of, sort of. But yeah, I do see her as like an older sister.
God, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if this guy was sitting on a Moby Huge right now.
And that's just how I have to perceive it, right?
God, the whole video being cucked. I can't even. I at this point, watching it makes me sad.
Do you see why that's kind of hard for me to believe? Like, you gave her a 10 out of 10 on the hotness scale. When it was asked, would you hit, you were like, yeah, I definitely hit.
Yeah, definitely
She's
hit.
like, I definitely wouldn't. Or, are you two dating? No, I don't claim him. Things like that. Even though it's, with the things you said, it feels like it's not brother-sister on your end. It feels more like she keeps you there because that's how she wants it to feel. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, and that's just because I'm just super in tune of like what the content we were looking to push out, right? It's just like, because if I say, nah, I wouldn't hit, oh, she's a 7 out of 10. Oh, that just means I'm just saying it just to say it, because, you know, if I don't mean it, or like, you know, don't think my friend is all that, then, because I got to be honest with myself at some points. Like, I think it's okay to make not direct compliments, but like, you know, if we're in that situation, just be honest, you know, and that's.
So then, are you happy with this kind of content that gets made at your expense, where she's saying things like, oh, your hand's tinier than mine, which means, or we're the same size hands, so you have a tiny dick, or I'd rather go with my...
Oh yeah, that's another point I didn't even really touch on in my video, but the whole, let's measure hands. Oh, and you have a small hands, meaning that you have a tiny penis. That is just... out of left field.
My ex who emotionally abused me and traumatized me than date you for 6 months. Is that like good content to you? Like, is that a good relationship?
I would say, you know, I'm the guest, and that's just what came out of her mouth. I can't control.
But then just tell me, regardless of what you can control, how did that make you feel? Did that feel like content, or did that feel like, oh, that didn't feel good at all to hear you say those things? You care about her, even if
I just want to watch back all of the hateful shit that she said. Hold on. What is it? Sup, Caitlin? We're gonna go on Reddit. An example of mutual riz. Let's see what this is.
Something I do like anyways, right? I shuffle cards when I'm like waiting in line or out in public or just bored. But if there was someone that I thought was like interesting to talk to, I would be like maybe like doing a few like cards like bam, and then oh, I'm so sorry. Like
oh Jesus.
So can you spit in my mouth?
What?
Oh my God. Oh no. That's okay. Nope. No. I did not expect it to go south that quickly. Holy fuck. I just want to watch the stream back. There we go.
Okay.
Acting like he's a revolting human being.
Jesus Christ. Well, are you okay?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, like the worst part about this guy is that he just seems like he doesn't have very much confidence. Like he's not oozing confidence. But other than that, he seems like a fine fellow.
Oh God, fuck.
And then she makes it, she tortures him by like, it takes 10 minutes for her to actually fulfill the
Come on, come closer.
the kiss.
Sorry, ignore the cat hair. Is it good now?
Like they switched
It's still
seats and
blurry,
everything.
no? I don't think
She's
it's blurry.
playing fucking hot potato.
Okay. Why? I don't know why we changed seats. Why don't we change seats?
I don't know. It's me quick.
I don't want to do. Give me another drink. Pour another. Get sit back.
Oh my God.
That actually made me like real laugh. Oh, you have a flat ass.
No, it's my pants, I think.
Thank you.
So immediately, you got a flat ass. Like
For 9 months, you had a baby. I don't think, is that TOS to do spanking for subs? I usually skip this part. I use my, never mind. Okay, next one.
It was a skit, if anybody asked.
Okay, we already did this one. Oh my God, so either go back with my ex.
Oh, this is
or
the worst
get with
part.
Dilly for
Holy
6
shit.
months. Fuck. Okay, so in case you guys know, or don't know, this, I don't want to say his name out loud. This ex fucking traumatized me. He had a gambling addiction, drug addiction, porn addiction. Like, he actually fucked me up, okay? So either go through, like, trauma and emotional abuse, or date Dilly for 6 months. Time to get back with my ex. Okay, next question. Is it true that you have 20 plus bodies? Okay, I can honestly say my body count is under 20. And his is under 2, so... yeah, no. Has it ever crossed your mind that Dilly is actually down bad? Honestly, in real life, he doesn't seem that down bad to me. I actually know a lot of guys who are just, like, thirsty for girls, trying to fuck girls all the time, trying to, like, go out with girls. Dilly doesn't really care about that. Obviously, he, like, wants to meet girls tonight. That's not, like, his life priority. So, I wouldn't say I don't think you're that down bad. Unless you hide it with me. But yeah, he doesn't, like, actively, like, try to go for girls, you know? See, I don't think he's that bad. That down bad. Would you hit? Sorry, I can't even speak. You're actually being cracked the fuck. Dilly's so fucking funny. Obviously, if you drink, that means yes, by the way. Because if it's a no, you would just say it. So.
Oh my God. I mean, she's not wrong. The fact that he drank, that's a nail in the coffin right there. Oh boy.
Obviously, you're trying to.
I feel like it's a test. There's no right or wrong answer, or there is. You know.
Well, me personally, I would not hit.
Well, not true. Not true. If he said yes, there is a right and wrong answer. If he says yes, I mean, they're both wrong. Because if he says no, then people are going to assume he's lying. And if he says yes, then his whole brother-sister fucking amalgamation of bullshit falls apart immediately.
So, yeah, there is a right or wrong answer. Rate mod from 1 through 10 if you would smash. Are you sensitive?
No. I'll be honest.
Okay, so me personally. How about you rate me first?
10 out of 10.
Oh, Jesus.
You know, I'm better.
See how fucking fast he said that? My God, it was like the flash coming out of his mouth. Jesus Christ. 10 out of 10.
Right, I'm just gonna drink.
That means I'm sick.
To maintain dignity, first off, I mean, I'm not gonna... If I was in his situation, which I wouldn't be, because I would never be somebody's Twitch mod. I'm sorry, I mean, not that that's a bad thing to do or anything, but I would just not be somebody's Twitch mod like that. God, I would not answer, because I'm just not gonna... You're setting yourself up for scrutiny later on down the line.
It's okay.
If it was, I would have said that out loud.
No.
Anyways, have y'all ever had a dream about each other? I just saw this pink clip.
Yeah.
Really? You had a dream about me?
I had a dream that we went to Universal.
Aw, and we did. Wow, so that actually went from your dream to real life.
Yeah.
Aw, wait, when did you have that dream?
4 days ago.
Wow, I can't believe you dream about me. Me personally, I've never dreamed of you. But that's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Oh, that's actually really sweet.
Oh boy.
Is he my cousin? No. Okay, that was my cousin. My donation goal would not be that. He's my mod. Oh, we don't do demands here. Have you ever had car sex?
Demands. Hold on, wait.
Is he my cousin? No. Okay, that was my cousin. My donation goal would not be that. He's my mod. Oh, we don't do demands here. Have you ever had car sex? Oh, we were just talking about this today.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, explain. Tell the story.
I had sex at the top of a mall parking lot. That is the story.
I'll take your word for it, Dilly. I will take your word for it. Poor guy. Poor guy. He didn't even know what was happening. What are we gonna do from here on out? What do y'all want to do? Could just watch cringy fucking... You know what? Let's watch all versions of Godzilla. I want to watch Godzilla minus one and then do a Gorilla Gauge on it, but I just haven't gotten around to it.
There have been many versions of Godzilla over the years, but
we're so back.
Which one's the biggest? Since his inception nearly 70 years ago, Godzilla has gone through many changes. People have shown him as both a good guy and a bad guy, as a powerful force of nature, and as a big, not very smart fighter. The old Godzilla looks...
You know what? I'm of the impression that Godzilla just keeps fucking the earth with his monstrous penis and keeps popping out new, bigger, and better Godzillas. Like, this is like the first iteration, and it just keeps getting better every time he nuts.
Almost like a different creature compared to the one we see today. One thing that keeps changing about Godzilla is how tall he is. And here are all of Godzilla's
look, he keeps getting larger.
Incarnations,
Jesus Christ.
including the American ones.
My God. That second to last nut must have been a fucking banger.
Arranged by height. Show era Godzilla, 1954 to 1975, 50 meters. Before he fought Mothra and Ghidorah and became famous around the world, Godzilla was a symbol for the terrible power of nuclear weapons. His original appearance, though simple, was still effective in showing this message.
Respectable size.
They wanted to create a monster that
Godzilla was still fucking shit up.
damaged and horrifying, like someone hurt by a radioactive bomb. As the original series of movies continued, Godzilla's appearance changed, starting with King Kong vs. Godzilla in 1962. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, Toho wanted to make Godzilla less scary for kids because he was so popular.
Original
so they made
Godzilla
his face
versus
look
Kong.
friendlier. But one thing that stayed the same was Godzilla's height, which stood at a consistent 50 meters. Millennium Godzilla, 1999 to 2003.
Come on, why in tarnation would they want to make Godzilla look nicer? He's Godzilla. He's supposed to fuck shit up. That's his whole that's his whole memo, is to just shit on everyone's day. That's the whole Godzilla -1. That's why it's so good, is because Godzilla just doesn't give a shit. He just wants to fuck everyone up. He wants to rip everyone in half.
55 meters. At the turn of the century, Godzilla had a major makeover, the biggest one in nearly 40 years. This new version of Godzilla, which we first saw in Godzilla 2000, looked more like a reptile. He had a big mouth, a narrow head, spiky back fins, and a slimmer body. Also, he was green in color, not dark gray like before. This design also made Godzilla smaller, closer to his original size. It was the first time they made him smaller in the movies. In fact, this new Godzilla was a bit shorter than the one in TriStar's movie called Zilla. Still, fans loved this new look, and it became the standard look for Godzilla in the early 2000s. It even inspired how Godzilla looked in movies like Godzilla against Mechagodzilla and Godzilla Tokyo SOS. Those two designs are almost the same, with just a few small differences. GMK Godzilla, 2001, 60 meters. Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, Giant Monsters All-Out Attack, or GMK for short, is one of the most original movies in the franchise. In it, Godzilla gets possessed by the souls of those who were killed by the Japanese during World War II, and the only creatures that can stop him from destroying Japan are Mothra, Ghidorah, and Baragon. To make the most of Godzilla's evil plans, they make him look like the monsters from the early Showa era, but with one big change. His eyes were white, with no colored part or black dot, which made him look really strange. Even though he was just 10 meters taller than the original Godzilla, GMK Godzilla was still the tallest creature in the movie.
So he got possessed and had no eyeballs.
Advantage over the other monsters he was fighting.
Distinct eyeballs.
Godzilla 1998, 70 meters.
I got it. This has got to be the biggest deviation. He just looks like a velociraptor, a huge velociraptor. I don't know what direction they went, but I will say the CGI in this movie, if I remember correctly, was actually really impressive.
In 1998, Sony Pictures
hired
it looked really action director Roland Emmerich to make the very first American Godzilla movie. Unfortunately, the result was a movie called Godzilla.
Why. Okay, that's why. That's because they made an adaptation for. So of course we had to. I guess Hollywood had to take it and totally splooge on it. And this is what they made. I mean, it looks cool. I'm not gonna it looks cool, but it doesn't look like Godzilla. You know.
1998, which was disliked by almost everyone. It's a good example of what can happen when a director doesn't respect the original material.
Exactly.
The main character in this failed movie, named Zilla,
I've been looking at comments. I don't know.
Received such bad reviews that even Toho, the company that owns Godzilla, didn't want to accept it as a real Godzilla. They even removed the God part from his name. Although they made Zilla bigger so he wouldn't look small compared to New York's buildings, he still managed to get tangled in the wires of the Brooklyn Bridge, which made him look clumsy and led to his downfall. Heisei-era Godzilla 1, 1984 to 1991, 80 meters. After a long break and several movies trying to copy Godzilla, Toho finally approved the Return of Godzilla, also known as Godzilla 1985 in some places. This movie was a direct sequel to the...
Oh god, this has got to be the... I don't know what y'all think, but I feel like the ones beforehand, except for maybe the very first, which of course was legendary because it was the beginning, but I feel like this one looks the
original Godzilla movie and didn't consider the other movie stories. It came out for the 30th anniversary of the franchise and marked the first time they changed Godzilla's height. They made Godzilla taller by 30 meters because buildings had become taller since 1954, and they didn't want him to look small among the city's skyscrapers. They also made his appearance more like the scary and wild-eyed Godzilla.
Like God, he looks like his eyes are about to roll into the back of his head and he's gonna kneel over and pass out or something.
Godzilla from the 1950s. In the movie Godzilla vs. Biollante from 1989, they made Godzilla's head slimmer and his face look more like a cat's. This look stayed the same for the rest of the Heisei era movies, with only a few small changes here and there. Heisei era Godzilla 2, 1991 to 1995, 100 meters.
Now this guy looks beefy. Look at them legs. My God. You want to talk about drop kicking? Good God. He would have you flattened. Jesus.
Thanks to the
that motherfucker's not skipping leg day.
Battling of future humans in Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, Godzilla underwent a growth spurt that saw him break the 100-meter mark. Although his appearance didn't change much in terms of looks, he did become more muscular in his legs and torso. In the last movie of the Heisei era, Godzilla vs. Destoroyah, Godzilla had a really bad nuclear meltdown. This caused fiery sores to appear on his skin and turn his back fins bright orange. This version of Godzilla is now known as Burning Godzilla and is considered one of the most famous versions in the history of the franchise. Final Wars Godzilla, 2004, 100 meters. For his 50th birthday, Toho threw Godzilla a massive birthday party and invited all of his friends. To get him ready for his big day, Godzilla was given a lean, mean new design that was also one of the tallest in the franchise's history.
Oh shit, watch out!
The movie, Godzilla Final Wars, is one of the most action-packed films in the series, so they wanted Godzilla to have a body like the Millennium version, but be as tall as the Heisei version. Godzilla Ultima 2021.
Oh damn! Holy fuck! I did not see that coming. That other one looked beefy, but God, Jesus! He's not missing tail day, he's not missing leg day. Okay, he could work on arm day a little bit, but you know what, damn it? That's solid.
100 meters. In the new Godzilla Singular Point anime, the latest Godzilla version has caused some disagreement among fans. Similar to most movies and shows in the Reiwa era of Godzilla, the main character undergoes several changes and forms before settling into his
this is like animated.
When he first shows up, Godzilla Ultima is about 40 to 50 meters tall, which is roughly the size of the Godzilla from the Showa era. However, things change in the 12th episode when Godzilla gets even bigger, reaching about 100 meters tall, which is similar to the size of the Godzilla from the Heisei era. And it seems like this is his final form. Shin Godzilla, 118 meters. The first movie in the Reiwa era, Shin Godzilla, was a bold installment in the franchise that introduced many new ideas about Godzilla.
Shin
Standing
Godzilla
at a towering
was
118 meters, Shin Godzilla became the tallest Godzilla in the franchise's history at that time, and remains the largest.
Shin Godzilla came and urinated in everyone's cereal. That shit was great. The fucking, like, concentrated beam, that shit was cool.
Live-action version made by Toho. Not only did Godzilla become incredibly tall, but he also received a significant makeover that brought back the horrifying appearance of the past. He might not look appealing, but this version of Godzilla definitely stands among the pack. Monsterverse Godzilla, 2014 to 2021, 120 meters. It took 2 decades, but America finally got Godzilla right with Legendary Pictures' Monsterverse. The current main Godzilla in the United States has distinct features such as pointed black fins, a robust body, a flat forehead, and a face that shows emotion thanks to advanced motion capture technology. When he first appeared in 2014, Gareth Edwards' Godzilla stood at a height of 108 meters. However, in the 2019 sequel, King of the Monsters, Godzilla had a growth spurt, becoming 9 meters taller. In Godzilla vs. Kong, it's mentioned that Godzilla is now 120 meters tall.
Yeah, I would say that this is probably the most aesthetically pleasing version of Godzilla. Not saying that it's necessarily the best version of Godzilla, but it's, if you look at him, it looks he looks like the cleanest, he looks handsome.
During his epic showdown with the legendary Kong. Godzilla Earth, 2017 to 2018.
Yeah, I never saw this
300
one.
meters. The tallest of all
Made out of
versions of
trees?
Godzilla is none other than Godzilla Earth, who appeared in a trilogy of anime movies beginning with Godzilla Planet of the Monsters in 2017. After making humans leave Earth, Godzilla starts out at 50 meters tall and grows to a whopping 300 meters over a span of 20,000 years. The end result is a monster that's practically a landmass in and of himself, and a tremendous girth that would make defeating him almost impossible.
So he's
Due
basically
to the
a
sheer
country.
size of Godzilla Earth, it's likely that this record will never be broken, at least in the live-action movies. Well, that's it, folks. All versions of Godzilla, smallest to tallest, and meanest and more. Thanks for watching. It's been a pleasure. We'll be back again next time with
Banger video. What if legendary Godzilla met -1? Let's see.
Have had to really stand out to put butts in seats. One of the biggest draws has seemingly been the promise of a bold, artistic vision. Films like Barbie, Guardians of the Galaxy 3, and Spider-Verse have thrived by promising to be something more than your run-of-the-mill franchise fare, each one highly stylized and brimming with personality. Coinciding with this shift in audience appetite has been the return of the monster movie. I don't know if you've noticed, but Godzilla is back. After years of tepid enthusiasm for Legendary's MonsterVerse, Godzilla vs. Kong became one of the most successful theatrical releases during the pandemic, while Apple TV's Monarch...
You know what? I don't care what anyone says. I felt like Godzilla vs. Kong was... I'm not... The people in the movie, like the actual characters... What? I thought I heard somebody call me. Anyways, the actual characters, dog shit. But the fight scenes, Godzilla vs. Kong, were solid.
Is being heralded as an unexpected triumph of premium television. And now we have Godzilla -1, a dark, meditative return to the radioactive lizard's roots. And I don't think the resurgence of this 75-year-old franchise in this particular cultural moment is a coincidence, because in a way, the Godzilla films have come to exemplify exactly the kind of franchise filmmaking audiences are craving. Reigning as the longest continuous running film franchise in the world, Godzilla should be the epitome of the kind of corporate conveyor belt filmmaking audiences rejected this year. For God's sake, there are 38 films in the Japanese series alone, but somehow it isn't. Sure, there
Just
was
slap
a
him
time when
around.
Toho
What the
was
fuck?
pumping these films out to turn a quick profit, but over time, the series has evolved into something more, settling into its legacy status and becoming one of the most interesting and ambitious film franchises around. While the American-led Legendary series harkens back to the pulpy fun of Godzilla's Showa era, albeit with a much larger budget, the Toho-led projects of late have taken a more filmmaker-driven approach, enlisting the talents of some of Japan's finest
Oh my
filmmakers.
god, I want that. That is the coolest fucking little statue I've ever seen.
Each new iteration of the series has reinvented Godzilla and his world to reflect the particular vision of the storyteller. This is evident in 2016's brilliant Shin Godzilla, which radically reworked the character right down to his physiology to tell a harrowing story concerning the Japanese government's lethargic response to the Fukushima meltdown disaster. So it's perhaps unsurprising that not even the 1-inch tall barrier of subtitles could extinguish the hype for Godzilla -1, which has become one of the highest rated films of the year and the highest grossing Japanese film ever released in North America.
Yeah, like even I think they said that the budget was, what was the budget? Super low budget. Like 15 million? 15 million, yeah. And apparently the film maker or whatever came out saying he wishes the budget was 15 million. So there's two things about that. First off is I'm amazed that they were able to make such a slapper with such a low budget. And second off, it's incredibly unfortunate that the budget was so low, because that just means that the people that made the movie were underpaid. For sure. There's no way that the people in the movie were paid what they deserve. Hopefully that in this box office, what they made, which is a huge success, 88 million, almost 90 million, huge success going from less than 15 million. Hopefully they get to see a little chunk of that, because I would be, they deserve it. They deserve it. For sure. Oh, hello, Brandon Metro. What's good, man? Welcome to the stream.
Beyond its jaw-dropping special effects and downright epic scope and scale,
we're going on a Godzilla rabbit hole right now, so we'll see what happens.
This one's success can ultimately be traced down to its emotional core. Any assembly line can produce cheap thrills, but it takes an artist to capture emotional truth. And Minus One is brimming with emotional truth thanks to the vision of director, writer, and VFX supervisor.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna watch Minus One tonight. I'm just gonna take it upon myself. I keep telling myself I don't have the time, but I need to do it. I'm gonna do it because I keep hearing about how amazing it is, and so I can't just keep not watching it.
Takashi Yamazaki, a soul-crushing meditation on national trauma and survivor's guilt. This is as much a story about Japan reclaiming its national identity post-World War II as it is a glorious spectacle of destruction. Godzilla Minus One can't help but feel like a victory lap for a transformative year at the box office, a film that fully embodies the changing time.
And from what I heard, when Godzilla let out his fucking beam of energy, it was sight to behold. It was like it was like an amazing build-up. Same here. I need to watch it, as I keep hearing good things. Yeah, I keep hearing that it was an amazing movie, but I keep sleeping on it. So it's just one of those situations where, I have three siblings and a girlfriend, and, constantly doing shit, but I'm gonna sit down and watch it. I have to do it. Because when I first saw Godzilla Minus One, like I saw the movie, or I knew it existed way before everyone was saying how good it was. And I was like, it's probably another, shitter. It probably is not going to be that great, But I guess, oh, how wrong I was.
Tide of audience preferences. Let's wind the clocks back to 1945 and examine why this particular kaiju movie is quite possibly the best Godzilla movie ever made. But before we do, this video is sponsored by Ipsos Issei. Ipsos Issei, a monster using gift cards earned through surveys on Ipsos Issei.
Definitely worth watching, yeah.
You can take part in surveys by answering simple questions and earn rewards for doing so. I personally like the Visa gift cards because it gives me the freedom to spend my rewards. These are tailored to my interests, so I never get bored. Plus, they're so easy. I can pull them out from
one
Amazon
comment I will make
the best part about it is that these
Shin Godzilla is, I don't know about you guys, but I thought it was a much older movie than what it was, because I've actually never watched Shin Godzilla. That's another movie I really need to watch. There's so many movies I need to watch because I want to do Gorilla Gauges on them, but I just haven't gotten around to it. I just recently watched Aquaman, the first Aquaman again, and the first time I ever watched it, I was like 15 or 16, and I was like, damn, this is like a pretty good movie, but rewatching it, every single line, it feels like nails on a chalkboard. I feel like I'm being put through detention in high school. It feels like I'm being put in timeout. It's so bad. It is probably movie of the year for me. Yeah, Minus One. I mean, I'm definitely gonna give it a shot. From what I heard about it, it's the fact that they are able to really tie in the human characters while just allowing Godzilla to be the like fucked up monster that he's supposed to be. Like, he's not supposed to be this like supporting emotional character. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a big fucking monster. He's supposed to shit on everyone's day. He's supposed to take a deuce in everyone's cereal. Like, he's not supposed to you know, give you the nod, like, like I'm on your side. Like he's supposed to be this asshole character that just fucks everyone up. And it sounds like that's what they did with this movie, and they allowed the human characters to shine in their stories to, you know, like come through, you know, the cracks or whatever.
Surveys are tailored to my interests, so I never get bored. Plus, they're so easy. I can fill them out whenever I have free time, like when I'm at the gym training for an inevitable kaiju attack. I can curl in one hand and tell Ipsos I say my opinions in the other. And thank you so much again to Ipsos I say.
Holy fuck, who even is Ipsos
the
I say?
atrocities committed against Japanese civilians at the end of the Second World War. Its films seldom revisit this period, instead opting to move forward with time. Sometimes
I did read somewhere though where it's like anyone that's actually within like a 100-meter radius should be instantly like vaporized by the radiation that comes off of Godzilla. So all the people that are just like staring at him blank-faced as he's like doing cool shit, they supposedly should like die of radiation poisoning like right there. So I don't know, just
even going far off into the future. And while it makes sense to keep the series in a contemporary setting, it feels like a missed opportunity that the series has never gone full period piece until now. Opening in the final days of the war, -1 follows a group of war veterans, each struggling with the sacrifices they made or didn't make while fighting an unwinnable war. You could even say these characters are living at ground zero, both emotionally and literally. Like most Godzilla films, much of this film is set in Tokyo, which is in the process of rebuilding itself after the war. While not subjected to the devastation of a nuclear—
Oh my god, this was so fucking cool. When I saw this, his like spinal scales, I don't know, what would you call these? Like his spine just does this. That
blast,
shit
the way
looks cool.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki were, Tokyo looks almost indistinguishable from those cities, utterly flattened by—
like literally the beam just blows everything up.
Firebombs, a grave year with countless innocents buried beneath the smoldering rubble. But if Japan was ground zero in the immediate aftermath of the war, the sudden appearance of a giant nuclear dinosaur pushes the country to something below even that. -1, if you will. Much like the 1954 original, Godzilla -1 isn't actually about Godzilla. At least, not really. Sure, on the surface it's the story of a reptilian monster emerging from the sea to wreak havoc in Japan, but at its core, it's about a much more real horror. As everyone and their grandmother knows at this point, Ishiro Honda's classic was a deliberate metaphor for Japan's national trauma in the wake of the US bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, a country already on its knees being decimated in a show of raw power by an uncaring behemoth. -1 is far from the first Godzilla film to go back to this metaphor, but it's the first to explicitly concern the aftermath of the war the way the original did. Rather than focusing on the nuclear bomb itself, -1 explores the way the war that preceded those bombings had already scared the psyche of the Japanese people. A brutal, protracted conflict that exposed the cruel inequity of Imperial Japan. Godzilla forces the people to reckon with this inequality, representing a physical manifestation of a war not yet over for those who not only survived combat on the battlefield, but the cold indifference of their own leadership. As Yamazaki himself said in an interview with The Verge, whenever Godzilla appears in film, he brings a kind of reflection on nuclear war and any man-made crisis. In post-war Japan, citizens were decimated. Survivors everywhere were in desperate need of help. And I wanted audiences to gain an understanding of how—
And from the little snippets I've seen from the movie, boy, the civilians get steamrolled.
Japanese survivors felt after World War II. More than just a stand-in for the nuke, in -1, Godzilla represents being on the receiving end of America's military might more broadly. In fact, this might be the most explicitly Godzilla has ever been equated to the United States as a nation, bar maybe Godzilla Raids Against, in which his fight with Anguirus can be read as a microcosm of the Cold War Japan found itself caught in the middle of.
I never thought about that, Godzilla being a metaphor for just the United States as a whole. How we can be monsters at times. Yeah, definitely.
the prologue, we learn that Godzilla has been living on the island of Odo for years, more or less coexisting with the local inhabitants on the island, and even bringing deep-sea fish to the surface for fishermen to collect. Godzilla, much like the United States prior to World War II, was essentially a sleeping giant, a powerful being but largely isolationist, that is, unless provoked. In this way, the Odo sequence of the film is a microcosm of Pearl Harbor, in which a preemptive strike by the Japanese mechanics results in violent retaliation by Godzilla.
Only thing about Godzilla that you see, sometimes I think of things a little
preemptive strike by the
too
Japanese
logically,
mechanics
but
results in violent retaliation by Godzilla. This parallel between in this way, the
Right
Odo
here.
sequence of the film is a microcosm of
like I look at this and I'm like, dude, his retinas are being scorched right now. That's the only thing I can think of.
Harbor, in which a preemptive strike by the Japanese mechanics results in violent retaliation by Godzilla. This parallel between Godzilla and
in a few comic channels right now, there is some new controversy over Godzilla's first appearance, whether it was a comic or a magazine that appeared a year earlier. So there's controversy over whether it was a comic or a magazine. So whether like he appeared in the magazine or in the comic, I would imagine it would be the comic, right? Like Godzilla, like what the fuck? What like was somebody like, just like in Miami where they're like, I saw a 10-foot alien, or where they like, I just saw Godzilla. Godzilla, like, what the fuck? Or maybe Godzilla was mentioned. Hold on. When did Godzilla first appear? 1954 film. No, but it had to be a comic, though. Oh, maybe? I don't know. Hold on. Now I'm brain fucked. Yeah, I mean, I would think it would be in a comic, but it could have been some crazy motherfucker that was like, I saw Godzilla, and then like they went to a magazine, or they went to like a news organization and they put in the magazine or some shit. Giant monster scene. You know, get out your aluminum hats or something. Like, I don't know. You know? But this is saying, I don't know. Apparently, the first thing to come out was a film, but I don't believe that. That doesn't sound right. 1977 Marvel Godzilla comic. That does not sound right. But what do I know? What do I know?
And the United States is made overt when the mechanics speculate whether Godzilla is some new Yankee weapon. Something that becomes quite literal when Godzilla is made nuclear.
To be fair, though, in 1954, if somebody heard, like, giant monster scene stomping on houses in Tokyo, I'm sure that caused, like, a ruckus. Everyone was shitting their pants and, you know, getting their bow and arrows ready or something. I don't know.
Nuclear as the result of U.S. testing at Bikini Atoll, a place it's reasonable
like people were
to assume Godzilla would.
People were super gullible back then. Like back then, when like the Hulk was coming out and like the Hulk became the Hulk from gamma radiation, there were people literally like slathering themselves with radioactive creams and shit because they thought that it was healthy for them, which it clearly wasn't.
Wouldn't have been had the mechanics not driven him off Odo Island. Here, the film suggests that Godzilla is the result of Japan poking the...
Oh, 1984? Yeah, that makes a little more sense. Okay, hold on. Did Godzilla come out in magazine or comic? American comic book series... Japanese monster film. Let's see. Maybe Wikipedia has a list. Publishing history. The series ran for 24 issues. Yeah, but there must have been something before that, right? I don't want references. I want a list. But this is just Marvel. This is literally... Oh, so this is just going over Marvel. I want to see... Oh, here we go. Godzilla comics. I'm on like history. Dates. A sequel story to our original film was published in 1955 called The Last Godzilla. So it looked like the beginning of Godzilla was really in like the 1950s. But who knows? Honestly, if it's only a month difference, like you said, like then that's just going to be a fucking conspiracy for forever. Yeah. I would not be surprised at all if somebody, like, I don't know, it could have been like a schizophrenic episode or something and somebody saw a giant creature and it was, they ran to the nearest news organization like, I just saw a giant creature, everyone needs to fucking arm themselves or something. I would not be surprised about that at all, and then it just blew the fuck up. Because something like that, something as crazy as that would blow up immediately back then. People were heaving for new stories. So, yeah.
The bear. Or, I guess I should say lizard. Not that lizard, just lizard. Like the Japanese military, the mechanics on Odo were ill-equipped to take on such a fearsome opponent, but fearing its potential danger, they attacked with the assumption their aggression would be met with submission. But instead, it unleashed
oh god. Holy mother.
Unholy bloodshed made infinitely worse by their adversaries' newfound nuclear capabilities. But lest you think the film is letting the Americans off the hook lightly, blaming their destruction of Japan on Japanese provocation, the film very pointedly condemns the asymmetrical nature of America's response to Pearl Harbor. Throughout the film, it's speculated that the newly nuclear Godzilla considers Tokyo a new part of its territory, and that his ceaseless march towards Tokyo is an attempt to claim that territory. Godzilla isn't just an embodiment of American military power, but more specifically, its asymmetrical retaliation against Japan. Let's be clear, the decision to kick a sleeping giant to deter them from joining the fight was senseless at best and an act of hubris at worst, but the American response, using the most fearsome weapon ever created to attack a country that was already on its knees twice, was an astronomically unbalanced act of barbarism. And the people who suffered the consequences of that act weren't the people responsible for starting the war. It was innocent civilians. The United States collectively punished Japan for the...
Who even knows? Godzilla is a creature. Who, I mean, like, there's so many damn... Yeah, literally, what the fuck is... What was that?
Government, thinking their suffering would hurt the government by proxy.
That damn lizard.
They overestimated how much the Japanese government cared about its people. And even if they hadn't, it wouldn't have justified their actions. Godzilla's attack on Ginza, kicking a country while it's down, mirrors the choices of the US government in the final days of the war. The image of God...
Yeah, but was there really this much deep thinking into it, or is it more just like Godzilla's this creature that fucks everything up? Like, was it seriously... Maybe there was this much deep thinking. Maybe they were like fucking plotting like, oh, we gotta go back 50 years and think about what happened this. But I just don't see that. I feel like they just kind of take Godzilla and it's like, all right, Godzilla, fuck everything up, and then we're gonna make a plot around that. I could be wrong.
Godzilla
but...
standing in the shadow of a towering plume of smoke, having laid waste to Ginza, is seared into my brain. The fact that the devastation eclipses even the titanic lizard itself serves to symbolize just how asymmetrical America's reprisals truly were. But while -1's exploration of the war's lasting impact on Japan via...
Like, I'm not saying... I do feel like Godzilla could definitely be a metaphor for, like, the United States. I could see that being the case. But I just don't think that all this, like, backstory and all this, like... all this conspiracy is necessarily true at all. It seems like a bit of a... Yeah, exactly. It's really reaching. It is very much... I feel like I'm being... I feel like I'm being spatted at right now with shit that is probably not true, but I mean, it could be. You know what I'm saying? It's possible. You know, I mean,
Godzilla is...
I feel like I'm in the situation where somebody's like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? What came first? Like, I don't fucking know.
Endlessly compelling, it's not the reason -1 is such a masterful piece of cinema, or at least it's not the only reason. After all, Godzilla as a metaphor for real-world devastation isn't exactly new ground for the series, even if
Yeah, like, you see, like, I could see that, like, Godzilla being a symbol for actual devastation, and people in the movie theater like, damn, if this is what a nuclear bomb does, then maybe we shouldn't launch one of them or something, you know? But I don't really see Godzilla being like, well, Godzilla's attacking this specific town because this specific town 40 years ago was in a famine, and therefore he fucked them up because fuck you, because you were in a famine. You know, some stupid shit like that. I just don't see it going that deep. Like, Godzilla is just around to fuck shit up. You know what I'm saying? I also think it's stupid when they try to have Godzilla be this emotional support character, where he, like, helps a specific side. Godzilla's a big ass, like, he has some sort of deeper emotional intelligence or something. I just don't think that's the case.
This one's meditation on the subject explores this metaphor better than just about any other entries since the original. No, where this film truly shines.
What if the real Godzilla was the friends we made along the way? What the fuck? Hold on, let me think about that real quick. What if the real Godzilla was the friends we made along the way? I'm so confused now. Holy shit. I've been brain fucked into oblivion.
Human characters. Yeah, you heard me right. The human characters in Godzilla -1 rule. Human characters have long been
Yeah, that's
the
exactly what I heard.
Target of-
I heard that the reason why the film succeeded to begin with was because they actually allowed the human characters to, like, be the emotional connections in the film. They didn't have Godzilla, like, you know, help the main antagonist or protagonist. He was just there to fuck shit up, and he was just like a stepping stone to, like, I guess, like, guide the plot along to make it more sad or whatever. But overall, the human part of the movie was actually had meaning. Like, you felt something for the characters.
Kaiju films, a necessary evil to drive the plot. Audiences may
Exactly,
come to see
yeah.
the monster.
He was a necessary evil. Like, he was there just to drive the plot. He was not the plot. He was there to drive the plot.
But monsters alone can't carry a film. At least, not the kind of film that's palatable to a mainstream audience.
Yeah, I was about to say, they
Which puts
can,
the filmmakers in a tricky position. They need human characters, but they're kind of doomed to be the audience.
Like, okay, the thing is, if you're trying to appeal to, like, 10-year-olds, or if you're trying to appeal from, like, the 8 to 14 to 15-year-old range, then okay, yeah, you can have, like, the monster just guide the entire plot of the movie and have, like, no actual real human characters that mean anything or that you care about. But once you start to, like, if you want to dive into that, like, 16 to an up range, you really have to have, like, an actual human plot. Because, like, not that no one cares about Godzilla, like, I'm sure you'd be sad if he got blown up and killed or whatever, but, you know, you have to have some sort of actual plot that keeps you hooked.
His least favorite parts of the movie, at best being a mild distraction from what they really came to see. So, what do? Well, the answer has typically been
the connection between the protagonist and his found family goes so hard and is super relatable. That's what I think got a lot of people. Exactly, yeah, like, if you have a plot that's relatable to people, like, if you center the plot around a giant, what is it? Oh my god, Pacific Rim job. What is the kaiju? If you have the plot surround a giant kaiju the whole time and they're just fucking each other up, like, yeah, it's entertaining because, like, who doesn't like a good fight or whatever, but it's not going to be relatable. It's just entertaining. And, you know, it's not going to, like, make anyone cry because you're not related, you know, it's not relatable. So, I don't know.
To simply treat these characters as audience surrogates, broadly drawn POV characters that can react to the monster.
Okay, like, don't get me wrong. Godzilla vs. Kong, solid movie. Solid movie because the fighting scenes were great, but every single character they were just like, they could have been meat shields. Like, they could have been mowed down by a machine gun, and I don't think anyone would have really cared that much because there was no plot building besides, like, this woman is nice to Kong, therefore you should like her, and so is the little girl, she's Kong's friend, therefore you should like her. Like, there's no actual backstory.
monsters and contextualize their actions without eating into the monster's screen time. But while I'd argue there are plenty of human protagonists in the Godzilla films that I genuinely like just about everyone in 2014 Godzilla, yeah, I'm one of the weirdos who didn't get off-put by the fact that Bryan Cranston died. I actually thought that was kind of brilliant. The characters in the Godzilla series, by and large, can't help but feel a little functional most of the time. Their stories are designed to be as unobtrusive as possible, and that mentality has resulted in characters that feel both essential yet superfluous. They're front and center, but it isn't really about them. Miraculously,
Exactly.
-1 manages to avoid this trope. While the human characters are absolutely audience surrogates, they aren't only that. They have fully formed inner lives and interpersonal relationships that are just as compelling as the kaiju action. And perhaps even more importantly, they aren't plot devices. The journey these characters go on is just as important to the story as Godzilla, and in fact, they're deeply intertwined. If Godzilla is the embodiment of American aggression in World War II, then each of the three main characters is a byproduct of that aggression. Men broken by asymmetrical warfare that was thrust upon them by a government that barely recognized their humanity. Yoji Akitsu is a jaded veteran who despises his government's indifference to his people's suffering, but has resigned himself to the idea that it will never change. Kenji Noda is an engineer whose brilliant mind was wasted developing weapons of war that prioritized victory over survival. And Koichi Shikishima is a kamikaze pilot whose refusal to follow his orders and die for his country haunts him. Through these three men and their interactions with every character that surrounds them,
Holy fuck, I did not know that. My god, spoiler alert. Fuck me. Jesus. Well, that grasped my attention a little harder. I did not know he was a kamikaze pilot. I probably shouldn't be watching this because this is most likely spoilers, but whatever. Kamikaze pilot that regrets not dying for his country. Jesus, imagine being early movie spoilers. Yep, sorry about that. Well, I guess we may as well. We're this deep into it. I mean, we can't just stop, right? If y'all want me to stop, I will. But I mean, I know that you've watched it, but I don't know about Brandon. I mean, I guess that's not really spoilers, right? I don't know. It is.
Delivers an incredibly powerful indictment of the Imperial Japanese government and explores the psychological effects of waging war on behalf of a regime.
But God, yeah, imagine being guilty or like feeling guilty about not being a kamikaze pilot or like refusing to do that. Jesus, what a different. With spoiling this one, all right, cool.
That saw its people as little more than expendable pawns.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Towards the end of the second act, Noda brings this subtext to the forefront, lamenting the Imperial leadership's callous disregard for human life and accusing it of setting its soldiers up for failure by sending them to war against a technologically advanced adversary in flimsy tanks, planes without ejector seats, and little in the way of sustenance. The nation and the Emperor came above all else, and soldiers in the Imperial Army were expected to be little more than obedient cannon fodder to win the war.
Yeah, they were. Back then, unfortunately, the Japanese were getting steamrolled. They were getting. It was rough. It was a different time. Like, none of us know, but I just know that shit was rough.
By any means necessary. By the war's end, this dehumanizing edict came to its logical and depressingly literal conclusion by way of the kamikaze pilots. Men who were ordered to use their bodies as weapons for the Empire, deliberately flying their planes into enemy infrastructure in a futile attempt to postpone an inevitable defeat. These suicide missions were perversely framed as an honor, the honor of giving one's life to protect Japan. But these deaths weren't to protect Japan. They were a final desperate gasp by all that stuff because I'm a movie buff. And actually, as important as the considering moving on grief, were a final death. By the war's end, this dehumanizing edict postponed an inevitable defeat. These suicide missions were perversely framed.
I mean, I don't know if this is a insensitive joke, but God, they got scammed. They got really fucking scammed in that situation. Those poor kamikaze pilots, my God.
As an honor, the honor of giving one's life to protect Japan. But these deaths weren't to protect Japan. They were a final desperate gasp by a regime that had failed its people.
Yeah, they just refused
and was unwilling
to surrender.
Accept defeat. -1 argues the kamikaze missions were a fundamental betrayal of the Japanese people and humanity itself. Shikishima, the most prominent of the 3 leads in the film, is defined by this betrayal. But rather than being driven by rigorous indignation, he's suffocated by survivor's guilt. Although he didn't die for what he recognized was a lost cause, he still feels an incredible amount of shame that he didn't. After all, if your job is to die, survival is quite literally failure. This deep-seated guilt is made manifest in his relationships, most notably his relationships with his neighbors, Sumiko.
And considering that's like the most innate feeling that we all have is survival, it's just, God, that
and his
emotional
Susaku
turmoil
Tachibana.
must be
Upon returning
wicked.
to Tokyo after the war, Shikishima discovers his neighborhood has been leveled by incendiary bombs, killing both of his parents as well as his neighbor's young children. But rather than embracing Shikishima and taking solace in their shared grief, Sumiko instinctively blames him for what happened. It turns out, civilians were fed the same lies about honor and sacrifice as the kamikaze pilots. So, in Sumiko's eyes, Shikishima's survival is a dishonor tantamount to treason and the reason her family perished. The ingenious cruelty of the way the Japanese government framed the kamikaze missions is how it turned survivors of the war like Shikishima into scapegoats for the Empire's defeat. Lightning rods people's shame and grief that conveniently diverts attention away from the true architects of Japan's degradation, its leaders. Sumiko personifies this attitude, taunting Shikishima as he attempts to find purpose in a
this
life
is so
he's
brutally
been made
honest,
to
but I
feel
fucking
he
love it.
doesn't deserve. This anxiety is compounded by his relationship with Tachibana, the only other survivor of the Odo Island attack. Like Sumiko, Tachibana resents Shikishima for surviving. He believes that had Shikishima fired at Godzilla like he was ordered to, their compatriots might have survived. But whether he genuinely believes a plane's machine gun could have actually stopped the rampaging monster or not is less important than the simple fact that he believes Shikishima's inaction was cowardice. To Tachibana, the failure to shoot, regardless of whether it would have worked, was indistinguishable from simply giving up. Something he already suspects Shikishima had done when he grounded his plane en route to his kamikaze mission, citing technical issues. Issues that Tachibana couldn't find evidence for during his inspection of the craft. To Tachibana, it would be better to die fighting than survive surrendering, a sentiment that reflects the mentality of most of Japan's leadership in the final days of the war. For these men, surrender simply wasn't an option. Japan had never been invaded, nor had it ever lost a war, and the idea of laying down arms while there was still a means to keep fighting.
Yeah, but I feel like there should be a moral ground where if you're clearly losing and your last Hail Mary is, I'm just gonna throw human bodies at your country, like, maybe it was supposed to be a huge guilt trip for the United States and they were just gonna like pull out or something. I don't know.
Was untenable. There was no...
But hold on. The movie won't be worse off. It's so good it doesn't matter, especially once this score starts playing. Yeah. That's really how I feel. I feel like regardless, it's gonna be a banger. I had a huge Godzilla toy when I was younger, most likely sold in a garage sale. That's an L. That is a huge L, Brandon.
Honor in...
I don't know if I can forgive you for that one.
Cutting their losses. But while this idea of fighting to the last breath is romantic, it's a disastrously inhumane way to fight a war, sacrificing real human lives for the abstract concepts of honor and national pride, things that ultimately mean very little to dead men. But in drawing this parallel between Tachibana's attitude towards surrender and the Japanese leadership's, -1 suggests that this foolish pride was merely a mask concealing profound guilt, and that the Japanese leadership's reluctance to accept defeat was the result of an unwillingness to accept their own culpability in that defeat. just as it was easier to continue sending men to their deaths rather than admit they had mishandled the war, preemptively striking Pearl Harbor and not equipping their soldiers well enough, it's easier for Tachibana to blame Shikishima for refusing to fire at Godzilla than to confront his own responsibility in provoking the monster. So, in the aftermath of the battle...
just a little late, but just pull out. Like, at that point, you already know you've lost. Why don't you just pull out of the war? Like, is it like a dick size competition or something? Like, what the fuck?
Well, Tachibana projects his guilt onto Shikishima, a selfish act made physical in the form of family photos.
This was definitely
of
one of
soldiers
Japan's
who
L's, that's for
died.
sure.
In the end, Shikishima is only able to draw Tachibana out of seclusion by recognizing their shared feelings of guilt and prying at it, insinuating their deaths of their comrades were actually his fault to elicit a reaction. The film argues that it's only through the acknowledgement of our shared trauma like this that our wounds can start to heal. Over the course of the film, Shikishima's relationship with Sumiko gradually shifts from spite to genuine affection as she comes to see Shikishima isn't so different from herself. When Shikishima first takes in Noriko, another orphan of the war, and her adopted child, Akiko, Sumiko isn't dismissive of his charity, her words bordering on outright cruelty as she ridicules him for wanting to be the hero now, as if it'll make...
Never back down. Yep. Yeah, that is
make up for not being one before. But as time goes on,
Japan took the shit with that one.
Becomes a part of their little found family.
No, they blew up the shitter with that one.
The role
Holy
of
fuck.
Akiko's aunt and helping to raise her, transforming her bereavement for her children into love for another. Similarly, in seeing how heavily the guilt he had passed on to Shikishima had weighed on him over the years, so much so that he was prepared to kamikaze Godzilla in atonement for his failure to die with his fallen comrades.
Okay, I can believe that. That sounds right. But some of this, once again, we're getting back into the kind of often to left field territory. Like, some of this is not making total sense. You know what I'm saying?
Tachibana
looking a little too deep into the situation.
The inhumanity of his judgment and incorporates an ejector seat into his plane, imploring Shikishima to live rather than throw his life away. In the grand scheme of things, Sumiko and Tachibana aren't even a huge part of the movie, but their arcs beautifully mirror the surviving soldiers' real-world relationship with both people of Japan and themselves. As time went on, people started to realize they were all victims of a system that took advantage of them. A system that threw their bodies at a vain and futile conflict and reflected the blame back onto them once it was over. And out of that realization came unity. Likewise, it's only once Shikishima makes peace with Sumiko and Tachibana that he can finally let go of his survivor's guilt and choose to live, beautifully reflecting Japan's move towards pacifism and democratization following the war. However, as important as these two relationships are in exploring the meta-narrative of the film, Shikishima's inability to overcome his survivor's guilt and embrace life is most evident in his relationship with Noriko and Akiko. Although the trio essentially functions as a family for most of the film, Shikishima is unwilling to fully let his guard down and embrace that dynamic. When Noda and Akitsu mistakenly assume Noriko is Shikishima's wife, he's quick to rebuff them. It's obvious he has feelings for her, but he can't allow himself to move on from the war and live his life, so he pushes her away. Likewise, when Akiko refers to him as daddy, he coldly corrects her, insisting he isn't her father. It's not because he doesn't love her or care for her the way a father would, but rather that he doesn't believe he deserves the love and respect that comes with the title.
Noriko and that's sad. That's just sad. Oh my god. Doesn't believe he deserves to have the love and respect of a father. That is... Oh, man.
Akiko represent the life he
Poor
wants,
guy.
but doesn't think he deserves. There's a cruel irony in the fact that to get over his guilt, Shikishima needs to let people in and embrace life, but his guilt leaves no room for those connections in his heart and mind. His guilt is made even worse when Noriko seemingly dies in Ginza at the hands of Godzilla, the monster he failed to kill. In Shikishima's eyes, it's as if Godzilla has come back to punish him for even considering moving on with his life. He's the embodiment of the war he failed to fight, returning to personally torment him. It's this moment that commits Shikishima to his suicide mission, believing that he alone must destroy Godzilla as penance for his cowardice. And perhaps in a lesser film, this framing would go unchallenged, a kind of Moby Dick tale without the moral, with Shikishima seeking redemption by killing the monster that haunts him. But the brilliance of -1 is in how it subverts this trope. In almost every other Godzilla film in which Godzilla is the antagonist, the day is saved by either the military or a lone hero. But in -1, the government is unwilling to get involved for geopolitical reasons, reflecting the same indifference for its people it exhibited throughout the war, and any individual attempt at heroism are shown to be selfish and self-defeating. Just as it was absurd to expect the tide to turn in the war by torpedoing enemy warships with manned planes.
I'm just now, this is kind of off topic, but I'm just now remembering that I think I watched this version of Godzilla, the one that doesn't look like Godzilla, it looks like a fucking dinosaur. I feel like I remember watching that when I was a little ass kid. Because seeing that actor, like the protagonist, it just like it fucking jolted a memory into my brain.
Shima's suicide plan is framed as a pointless act of martyrdom and would only hurt the people who love him, re-orphaning Akiko and widowing Noriko, whom he doesn't yet realize survived the Ginza attack. No, instead, it's collective action that saves the day. Instead of operating on a plan drawn up by aloof leaders safely insulated in their bunkers, the plan to take down Godzilla is devised by Noda, one of the people. His plan deliberately prioritizes the safety of the soldiers because he knows what it's like to serve masters who don't care if people doing their dirty work live or die, and he wants no part in it. He tells the war veterans they've recruited for the mission that he can't guarantee their survival, and for that reason, he won't force any of them to do it if they don't want to, and some of them leave.
Yeah, I feel like I don't remember. It's like a fucking fever dream, but I do remember, I feel like I was terrified. I mean, think about being a little kid and watching that shit.
But he can
giant-ass T-Rex
no
fucking
one will
shit up.
die as a result of the plan itself. To the soldiers, this is enough, with one man joking that it's more of a chance than they were given in the war. Though Shikishima is the one to deliver the final blow to the monster in this film, flying his plane into the behemoth's mouth in what is hands down one of the most exhilarating moments of the entire year. The silence right before Godzilla is about to unleash his atomic breath, only broken by Shikishima's plane crashing into its mouth. Just, it's so good. Even though the final blow is Shikishima's, allowing him to achieve a semblance of closure for his guilt without having to give his life unnecessarily, it wouldn't have been possible without the assistance of everyone else doing their part. From Noda coming up with the plan to the civilians arriving in their boats to help pull Godzilla to the surface in an almost Dunkirk-like fashion. It's truly a fantastic payoff, uniting the people of Japan to overcome their collective trauma by destroying the embodiment of their suffering. Their victory isn't a redo of the war, as I've seen some people claim, but rather it symbolizes a people letting go of the war, allowing the fight to end in their hearts and minds by showing a way forward together.
Let it go,
Nowhere is this way forward more apparent than in Shiro Mizushima, nicknamed the Kid, the youngest crew member on Akitsu's boat. The Kid embodies the generation under those who served in the war, who were raised on the myths created by the Japanese government to justify their actions in the war. His playful banter with Akitsu is genuinely amusing, but reveals his naivete. He's still a boy whose childlike innocence blinds him to the cruel reality of war, one Akitsu is all too aware of. Akitsu lived through the war, served his country, and had his eyes open to just how much of a meaningless pawn he was in the eyes of his government. Shiro can't possibly understand that, but that isn't a bad thing. In a perfect world, we would all be unaware of how willing our government is to sacrifice our lives for its own interests, but unfortunately...
Let me see. Getting food after work, what should I get? Brandon Grilla. What kind of food do you like? I got some Moe's earlier. Then again, I'm a Moe's fanatic. I fucking love Moe's. Okay. I'm gonna get shit piled on for this, but I kind of like Chipotle too. I kind of do. Sometimes, now, some people hate Chipotle. Some people like Chipotle. I don't like it as much as Moe's, but I like it. But I would rather have Moe's. You know what I'm saying? Shit. What do you want to give, man?
For many, that reality is their lived experience. The banter between these two comes to a head right before the film's third act when Noda and Akitsu tell the kid he won't be joining them on this mission. The camera tracks two veterans as they walk away.
Oh, fuck yeah. Damn right. Chipotle slaps with their spicy salsa. I have not heard a truer sentence spoken. Taco Bell. I was going to say Taco Bell, but sometimes you'll find yourself in the shitter for a little too long after that. But yeah, Moe's is like the slightly upscaled Taco Bell. But if I go to Taco Bell, what I get is the Power Bowl. That Power Bowl slaps.
Leaving Shiro to scream like a petulant child being denied a toy. To him, he's being denied a chance to prove himself worthy of the honor.
And if you like tacos, I mean, of course I would get the Doritos Locos. I'm not gonna lie. Doritos Locos tacos, fire.
Feels Noda and Akitsu have earned, but the reality is they aren't taking anything from him. In fact, as Akitsu says, they're giving him the future by sparing him the same trauma they were subjected to. Having fought before, they choose to fight again so that Shiro and his generation won't have to. They're fighting to finally end the war that still hasn't ended in their hearts in the hopes it will break that cycle forever. But while this is a beautiful sentiment, it isn't as black and white as Shiro was wrong for wanting to serve his country. In fact, the movie is all about service to others, but his reasons were wrong. He wanted to serve for the honor it promised, not realizing that honor was an illusion, a carrot dangled by the powers that be to trick people into betraying their own best interests. When Shiro shows up to the battle with the other civilians, it's not for individual glory, but out of solidarity with his people. This moment was so beautiful and so incredibly earned, and it's so good. I love it. At the end of the day, this movie isn't about a giant lizard monster. It's about a victimized people overcoming the shame that was unfairly foisted upon them by leaders incapable of taking responsibility. It's a movie about love.
Locos Tacos is the move.
Fighting for things worth saving. About championing people over abstract concepts.
Not gonna lie, I would get some Taco Bell, but I just got done eating Moe's.
To live.
Oh shit! I did it again. Fuck.
So incredibly earned, and it's so good. I love it. At the end of the day, this movie isn't about a giant lizard capable of taking responsibility. It's a movie about love and life and fighting for things worth saving, about championing people over abstract concepts like honor and nationalism, and about finding the will to live this beautiful and precious life we've each been given a small window to experience. Yes, it's a Godzilla movie, and you get your money's worth of Godzilla mayhem, but it's so much more than just the spectacle of watching a giant radioactive lizard wreak havoc on a city. In a year where audiences have realized they don't have to settle for less, Godzilla Minus One reminds us that we don't have to. We can have it all, and we deserve it.
Okay, solid video, very, very well put together, but a lot of the little nuances of theories behind like what Godzilla symbolizes and why he's doing what he's doing, I feel like sometimes they go way too fucking deep into that shit where the show writers are like, hold up, wait, everyone fucking stop sign. No, we just have Godzilla fucking shit up. Like, that's his whole MO, that he's supposed to just shit on everyone. Like, but I don't know. People are gonna speculate regardless. So, I want to watch Godzilla versus Kong, because that shit slapped. Versus Godzilla versus Godzilla. Oh, Mecha Godzilla. All right. I'm actually looking forward to Godzilla X Kong. Everyone was like shitting on the way that Godzilla was running because he was like, you know, like, I don't know, running like a regular, I don't know. You know what? Let's watch the damn trailer. Why not? I thought the trailer was solid. But I saw a lot of people shitting on it, so.
For most of human civilization, we believed that life could only exist on the surface of our planet. What else were we wrong about?
I mean, it's like a generic trailer, you know? It's not horrible.
This world has more secrets than we could possibly imagine.
Miracles I get. Still now and then.
As you can see right there, Kong's got a touch of schizophrenia. Because what the fuck?
Still now and then.
What is that?
That's not Kong. What could have done this?
Kong can't stop this on his own.
He won't be alone.
See, look, everyone was shitting on how Godzilla's running. Which, I mean, if Godzilla's gonna run, then how else is he gonna run? Like, what the fuck? Is he gonna, like, flop over and have his spines just wiggle or something? Like, what the fuck? I don't know.
Welcome to my world.
I'm seeing that bitch on release day. Now, it's going to be one of those movies, I already know it, it's going to be one of those movies where there's not going to be a actual human character that you feel connected to. I'm well aware of that. I'm going into this with expectations that the monsters are going to be carrying the entire plot. Like, I know that for a fact, but Godzilla and, like, the Godzilla X Kong franchise is so deep into that narrative that's, you know, that's just the way it's going to be. What I'm interested in seeing is the size difference between Kong and whatever the antagonist is. The red monkey dude. Scar King. That's what his name is. Scar King. I want to see this fucking big-ass baby fucking ape. Oh, hold on. I want to see the Godzilla fights Kong. Oop. Let's check on the videos. I want to see if anyone's commented actually real quick. Why not? No, but I mean, it's pretty good. 7 and 6. Dub. Well, here's the ending. I want to see the ships. Wait, what? YouTube, it seems fine for me. Maybe Twitch? YouTube, it seems fine for me. Maybe Twitch? Are you for fucking serious? Oh, it must have been because I watched the trailer? Since when the fuck are you not allowed to watch trailers on stream? What the hell? Can you watch trailers on stream? I mean, I know if you blatantly watch like a movie, then that was on YouTube, right? Am I okay? Trailers get pinged for oh, it might have been music. Shit. Okay. That's so... What the fuck? Okay, so it was probably the music. It was the music. God, mother of pearl. I should have known. Yeah. Like, I was watching a trailer, fucking DMCA. Ugh, whatever. But literally, I mean, okay. I saw, when Moist Critical or Penguin Z0 was Charlie. He was playing the Home Alone game. It was, the Grinch was playing on, like, the fake TV in the game, and he was like, I'm gonna get DMCA'd for that, and he had to run away from the fucking TV, so, I mean, I'm not surprised. Not at all. Yeah, the rules are definitely fucked for content creators. That's wild that that shit was suspended for watching a damn... That means, I mean, I don't know if I could, watch this, because I doubt this has... It might have music. I don't know. Here, let me see. Oh, that's music. Fuck no, that's probably DMCA music. Shit on me. Can't watch anything fun. Alright, let's see. See, all you can really watch is like... Oh, this is a banger. Bro, it looks so hard to walk in, though. He's like having to straddle. VFX. You know what? Actually, hold on. I want to see CoffeeZilla's latest video on Logan Paul's refund.
Logan Paul is refunding people he scammed if they promise to stop suing him for the vastly larger amount he may owe them. And honestly, I'm conflicted because on the one hand, victims getting money is always great. And I'm proud that our investigation led to some real-world consequences. But I know exactly what he's going to say. It's exactly what I said in my video. It's a good thing for some people. It was, you know, it's better than nothing. Most of the time when you get scammed in the crypto space, you're fucked. You are immediately... Your asshole gets ripped in two, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's DOA. You are not getting any of your money back. At least some of the victims are getting their money back, but it's a whopping 12%. Can't pretend that things are fixed or fine for people who entrusted me with their story when that's just not true. So Here's the real, more complicated story in 3 parts: the refund offer, the zoo tokens, the lawsuit, starting with the most important part. And if you get one thing from this story, this should be it. These are the estimated damages in CryptoZoo. $18.5 million, which comes from a combination of ZooCoin and NFT sales. And then this much smaller percentage of that pie is what Logan is actually offering to refund, on the condition, though, that all of the people who spent the last year suing him for the larger damages drop their case. So that's a refund of only 12% to drop 100% of the case that, as far as I can tell, Logan may be losing. Put in that light, then, this refund starts to look less like a good faith attempt to make things right and more like a cynical bargaining chip to avoid getting in even more trouble. And a careful look at these refunds conditions show that Logan is even less serious of a person you may give him credit for. Logan is offering only a 1-month claim window for this refund, given a year after waiting, and hidden in this wall of text is the most shocking part, which is that he's not releasing the CryptoZoo game at all, which I know we all kind of knew that, but is actually insane, because that's the thing, to be clear, he's sold millions of dollars of NFTs for and tens of millions of dollars of in-game CryptoZoo tokens for. I knew he wasn't going to make it, right? We all get that. But I watched for 3 years as Logan's fans, and that's what these investors were. They were fans of Logan Paul. They spent 3 years
exactly what I said.
Game. And the entire time, he told them he was working on it. And I thought, even at my most
the whole time he was saying, I'm working on it. I'm getting new people to work on CryptoZoo. Don't worry. Everyone sit back down. Give him a little pat on the head. But we all knew that was never going to fucking happen.
Logan would at least crap out some abomination that he described as a game that limped past our lowest collective expectations. But I was wrong. I mean, I wasn't wrong the first time.
Oh God. He has a higher expectation of Logan Paul than I do. For fuck's sake, I knew he was not going to make a game. Every time he mentioned it, he was like, "Oh, I'm working on it." It was like just some half-assed answer, like trying to avoid the topic altogether, because he knew in the back of his head, I'm not making this shit, but he just kind of held out hope. It was like a stalling tactic.
He said I was wrong when he said he was going to still finish the game. I was wrong that he was going to do it at all.
But even after 12 months of work, you've still managed to overlook one crucial piece of information. See, even though I've said it's coming so many times, you've assumed that CryptoZoo isn't being made. Who are you to decide when the development timeline ends? Trust me, CryptoZoo is coming. I will make damn sure of it.
Oops. So much for...
I actually forgot he said that. I totally forgot that he was like, CryptoZoo is fucking coming. I am gonna make damn sure of it. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. Actually, you know what? If I have to poop it out tomorrow, it's gonna fucking happen. Yeah, but I knew that was a load of fucking horse dick when nothing happened. Like after that video he made, it was like radio silence for a year. So yeah,
damn sure of it, because there's no game. This is what makes this such a massive con. This guy sold millions in NFTs, tens of millions of Zoo tokens, and he's not even going to release the thing he promised this whole time. This is why it's such a slap in the face. These investors spent 3 years waiting for a game. Not only that, 2 years waiting for an update, which he never gave, and then a year suing him. And after all of that, all he offers is a 12% refund, no game, 30 days to accept. So look, Logan's already taking heat for making good on a promise that he made a year late, but that's not even true. He's not making good on this promise because it's not the same promise. Last year, what he promised was no strings attached buyback and you get a game. This year, it's please drop your lawsuit and you don't get a game, which is
and only 12% of people get their shit back.
Influencers out there like KSI parading this around like a win for Logan Paul.
Exactly. Oh my God. Hold on. If you go to Twitter, fuck's sake, I don't know if I can show this or not, but if you go to Twitter, or X, whatever the fuck you want to call it, all the comments are like praising him, like, oh my God, Logan Paul, the fucking god of the century. He's given back all this money, blah, blah, blah. They're brain fucked. Holy shit. It is baffling to see. And okay, if you look at the damn comments, fair play, keep the good energy rolling. What the fuck are you talking about? And he keeps backtracking, like what he's saying. He's a bunch of fucking PR mumbo dick. Logan Paul setting founder ethics and NFT buyer resolution standards for Web wasn't on the bingo card, but we love to see it. What a fucking fucked way of looking at it. Holy shit. CoffeeZilly when he can't use Logan's name to pay his rent any longer. Who is this guy and what the fuck is he talking about? How are the people looking at this as an absolute win? Is beyond me. What in tar nation is going on right now? He said Logan is a little off his rocker, has been for a long time. No, he's not off his rocker. He's just corrupted by money and fame. He's just totally fucking corrupted. I think I've seen politicians less corrupt than Logan Paul. He just says stuff for the time being that gets him out of hot water for a little bit and then ends up backpedaling the whole time. Like I said in my video, he consistently is able to ruin his reputation over and over again after somehow managing to shit pile it back up. Like, it's actually, it's impressive how he's able to kill his reputation and then build it back up again so many fucking times in a row.
Some sort of hero for offering a year late, half-baked settlement offer. KSI says, what will the haters say now? I don't know. How about where's the game? Where's the art? Where's the millions invested? Where's the motivation for this tweet? Oh, wait. KSI is a co-founder with Logan and Prime. So, of course, that makes KSI Logan's new biggest fan. But seeing as how Logan treats his biggest fans, don't say I didn't warn you. So that's part one, the refund. Now part two is the zoo tokens. Remember, there were two parts to crypto.
Oh yeah, I definitely feel like KSI is going to be the one getting the short end of the stick for sure. There's going to be something that comes out and KSI is going to get fucked in the ass and they're going to end up ending their partnership. And it's just going to be a bunch of shit water.
Egg NFTs. Now, the tokens were the vast amount of damages that were actually caused, while the NFT sales were much lower. Logan conveniently wants to refund this much smaller part of his game, the NFTs, while pretending that these zoo tokens were never a real part. They were just gambling. Now, this was sort of less bad when the game was still going to come out because, it made some sense. Maybe you'd still have these tokens, but now it makes no sense at all. From Logan's statement,
because the tokens are just
is a way
fake.
For me to make whole those who intended to play CryptoZoo. The buyback is not intended to compensate those who gambled on the crypto market and lost. So he's describing people who bought his in-game currency as gamblers.
Yeah,
but
I was about to
confusing.
say, isn't the in-game currency... Okay, the way that I thought it was going to work is that they were going to have this in-game currency and the currency was going to be the tokens. It was going to be the CryptoZoo tokens or whatever, and then they were going to use the tokens to buy the NFTs. Maybe he's about to
Because
say
the whole point of these zoo tokens was to buy the egg NFTs and play the game. That's literally how it worked according to him. So instead, he calls people gamblers, despite also saying, quote, Zoo Token was created to support the CryptoZoo game and its players. It was, quote, not intended to be an investment vehicle. So how can he say that, then turn around and say people who bought this were gambling? If it's not an investment, how can you refund people who intended to play CryptoZoo if you don't refund people who bought the token that was, quote...
They didn't gamble on the crypto market. They thought you were coming out with a game. They thought that they were going to have this money to use for the game and purchase NFTs, and then they were gonna, I guess, have the NFTs. I don't know. They expected a fucking game, like
created to support the CryptoZoo game. You can't. It makes no sense, and this is why I say this isn't even close to a full refund. And now that he's abandoning the game, what we actually have is millions of dollars of in-game currency Logan sold that he won't pay back. Which brings us to the final part of this story, the third part, the lawsuit. After telling all his fans that they were gamblers who lost, Logan has one final surprise. He says, quote, I have filed a lawsuit in federal court in Texas to hold these bad actors accountable, people who ruin CryptoZoo. But what Logan doesn't tell you is that Texas lawsuit is something he's being sued in already. He's a defendant in the lawsuit that he links in his tweet. He's just cross-suing his co-defendants. Like, he's already being sued, and he's just re-suing.
God, Logan Paul is such a shit post of a human being. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the whole virtual ownership thing doesn't make any sense to me. Oh yeah, the whole NFT thing is just a bunch of... It is just... It doesn't exist. Like, it's not real. It's just made up value. It's not an actual thing.
The same guys who are already being sued. And who are these secret bad actors Logan's going to hold accountable anyways? Turns out it's his employees he hired, Eddie Ibanez and Crypto King, which all of us already knew because I investigated the story a year ago. But imagine my surprise when Logan Paul tries to rewrite my investigation to pretend he did all the work himself and uncovered the real scam of CryptoZoo while simultaneously trying to erase his part in it. He says, and I find this very funny because I spent a year on that story, quote, "This lawsuit is the result of an exhaustive investigation that included the review of the entirety of conversations. You'd be forgiven to think he was quoting my investigation. He's not. He copied it and tried to rewrite it to make himself look good." In this lawsuit, he says things like, "Hey guys, turns out Eddie Ibanez's entire backstory was a fabrication, including the MIT NFL story. Can you believe it?" It's like, yeah.
Oh, hold on, wait. Okay, so Logan Paul is trying to claim that he didn't know that it was a fabrication. What a fucking holy shit.
You know. And then he goes, "Yeah, well, you won't believe what I discovered. Crypto..."
She's sleeping.
Well, her food's upstairs.
All right, I'll bring her up in a second.
Crypto King secretly sold tokens. Yeah, we know. Logan just shamelessly rips off my work claim for claim without citing me. I mean, he says things like, Mr. Greenbaum would later admit that he made millions of dollars through his surreptitious sales of Zoo tokens. But where did Logan find that admission? Was it perhaps when he investigated my video? Time and time again, this lawsuit copies my work, but is embarrassed to cite it. So
Jesus
they even
Christ.
have to say things like, based on public reports. What public report? Mr. Ibanez made approximately $1.7 million.
To be fair, I guess it is.
Tokens.
I guess it is
could
public
swear I've
reports.
heard
I
that
don't know.
before. And for my calculations, he made about $1.7 million. Now look, I don't usually mind people using my work, but it's kind of a little strange that Logan is simultaneously trying to discredit my work, saying this lawsuit is not based on snippets of conversation taken out.
Yeah, the whole thing is that Logan Paul was trying to say that, CopyZilla, your work is dog shit. You are totally wrong about everything. You don't know the whole story at all. And then he tries to take his work and fucking copy it. Oh my God. Logan Paul.
Context, a snipe at my investigation, while then stealth quoting it to pretend that they did any real legwork. And look, if you found that shameless, that he tries to steal my work and pass it off as his own investigation, this next part gets even worse. Because Logan's story this whole time has been that it's all other people's fault. You know, it's just bad actors. Everyone but him was bad.
That's
He
been
was
the whole
always
thing.
well-intentioned. But his timeline contradicts him. According to his investigation, which is actually my investigation.
Oh shit. CopyZilla's caught him in a fucking lie.
In August and October of 2021, he learns that Jake Greenbaum and Eddie Ibanez are bad news, and he kicks them out of his team. So what does he do after that? He's gotten rid of the bad actors. Can't blame them anymore, right? Does he make CryptoZoo? No. For a full year before I made my video, Logan Paul had full control over his project. He admits it in his own lawsuit. And he did nothing. He said nothing. So how does he avoid accountability now? Well, enter the whipping boy Jeff. That's right. Manager Jeff is making one last appearance. Logan blames Jeff for screwing up September 2021 through 2022. But you know what he doesn't mention? What he'll never mention? The real reason the project didn't get back on track is not because of Eddie, not because of Crypto King, but because Logan's own team stopped paying developers who are working on rebuilding the game. So those people stopped working on CryptoZoo.
And the most baffling thing about this whole situation is that Logan could afford to pay the developers himself. If he really wanted this game to come to fruition, he didn't need other people to back him. He didn't need other people to help him. He could have funded it himself, but he didn't care about that. I think he just wanted, I don't know, profit, I guess. How does he still have fans? To all honest God, I do not know. He literally gives off the same vibes as that toxic streamer from earlier. Exactly. He consistently gets on stream and belittles his own brother. It's actually embarrassing. It's bad. It's terrible. Every clip of him that I ever see is either about CryptoZoo, it's about him just being a straight up asshole, or him talking to Jake and just belittling him, making him feel like a piece of shit or like lower than him. So actually, you're right on the fucking money. It seems just like the Caitlyn Dilly situation.
And that's when I found it. The game was dead. It had been dead for months. And that's when I made a big stink out of it. Meaning, it was 100% within Logan's power to save this game. I'm not saying nobody else did bad things, but Logan ultimately had over a year to launch.
But then also, he could have gotten investors. Like, I'm sure he's a well-known dude. Many investors would have given him the money to finish this game. So, like, I just don't see actual reason as to why he wouldn't be able to do it, unless he would just was too lazy to finish it. I don't know.
Make things right, and he didn't, for financial reasons. Not because someone backstabbed him. He just didn't want to spend the money it would take to make things right.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know what? That is still true now. It is still 100% within Logan Paul's power as a near billionaire with Prime to make things right, fully right, with his fans.
Jesus Christ, I feel like I'm hearing myself talk over again. Jesus, mother of God, this is exactly what I said in my fucking video.
He scammed. And if he did, gave a full refund, we would all celebrate. Me foremost. But will he?
Holy shit,
or
I'm
will
about
he
to do
try to
jumping
dodge
jacks.
responsibility, cheap out, rip his fans off, and avoid accountability? I think it's the latter. So, those are the three main points. You're all caught up. To recap, part one, refunds. They're being used as a bargaining chip to drop a lawsuit, and so he never has to produce this game, which has been promised for 3 years, and he's sold tens of millions of dollars for. Part two is the zoo tokens. He's pretending they're not for a game that they definitely were for to avoid refunding people, when in fact he admits they were created to support the game. Part three is the lawsuit, where he stole my investigation, tried to pass it off as his own, but just cuts out the part where he did everything wrong and leaves out the entire year where he was solely in charge of the project. No bad actors. He could have fixed everything, but he didn't because he's cheap and doesn't want to pay anybody. Anyway, I hope that catches you up with what's been going on, and I hope we as a community can have the nuance and complexity to hold in our minds two things at the same time as true. One, it's always good if victims get any money back, and we should celebrate that. However, number two is that doesn't mean we can't fight for 100% of what they deserve. And Logan Paul is not a hero for doing this or making things right. He's a serial scammer who's offering a minority refund as a last-ditch effort to save his wallet and his reputation.
Yeah, no, for real, I feel like I just rewatched my fucking video that I posted, except for this is like more sophisticated. My God, this is exactly what I said. He has the money to pay everyone back. What? Save your reputation. If you really want reputation protection, just pay the people back. For fuck's sake, if you're supposedly a self-made billionaire or whatever, or almost a billionaire, $18 million should be nothing to you. And then boom, that's one thing you don't have to worry about anymore. But no, he's cheap. He doesn't want to pay anybody, but it doesn't make any sense. When you have that much money, or as much money as Logan Paul has, unless I'm totally way off base and he has nowhere near the amount of money that I think he has, then it shouldn't be a big deal to just shill out $18 million and have it be over with, because he has the company of Prime, right? He's going to continue to make money from Prime. It's not like he doesn't have a source of income coming in. He has his podcast. I don't really know what he does on YouTube anymore in terms of that stuff, but overall, why not just pay everyone back? Then everyone's like, okay, you didn't make the game. Who gives a fuck? Everyone got their money back. It's like ground zero. It's like it never happened, or well, it still happened, but it's a lot better than paying $2.5 million back of the $18 million, and you only have a month. You only have a single month to actually get that claim in, and once you submit that claim, you can't even go after him for any extra damages. Hello? What the fuck? I thought I heard somebody coming down. Anyways. Yeah, it's just a fucking... Good God. Gorilla Profit. I fucking guess. I mean, it's not even really that. It's just like, I feel like I use straight up common sense. It wasn't even... Watch, Metaphors are hilarious. Metaphors. I'm probably going to end the stream pretty soon. I'm starting to get kind of hungry.
So, Growing up, one of my favorite TV shows was The Office, obviously, because it's amazing. And it's pretty easy to understand why. It was funny, it created a cringe atmosphere that no one has been able to replicate at all, and the characters are just amazing. And oftentimes, the viewer could identify with one of the characters. Like, I personally didn't have a Stanley in my life, but I definitely knew someone who acted a lot.
Oh shit, this is your video. Oh fuck. Oh damn. You know what? I'll give it a good old like. Damn, 5 months ago? Well, that's your one and only video?
So, growing up, one of my favorite TV shows was The Office, obviously, because
I was always interested in how people made I need to refine it. Dude, what are you talking about? This is way more production value than I have. Holy fuck. I don't know what you're talking about. This looks solid to me.
It's amazing. And it's pretty easy to understand why. It was funny.
Like,
it created a cringe atmosphere that no one has been able to replicate at all, and the characters are just amazing. And oftentimes, the viewer could identify with one of the characters. Like, I personally didn't have a Stanley in my life.
Like, yeah, I was always interested in how people did this animated thing where it, like, does your own bodily movements or whatever. Like, that was pretty fucking cool to me. You're going for memes on crack?
But I definitely knew someone who acted a lot like Dwight Dustin. But this is true.
Yeah, no, this is solid.
For almost anyone who watches this show, and it's part of the reason that The Office was so good. It really was one of a kind. However, one character definitely rises far above the rest when it comes to The Office. Everybody knows who it is. It's Michael Scott. Everyone knows who Michael Scott is. He is the man, all right? He truly was the heart of the show, and honestly, the show, it really wasn't the same after.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I have never watched The Office. Never. I'm sorry. I am sorry.
But we're not gonna get into that. This video is not about The Office, okay? That has been done far too much on this platform. So, why bring up Michael Scott? One reason. This clip from Stress Relief Part 2.
Several times a day, Michael says words that are way beyond my vocabulary.
I know where this is going.
Do you?
Holy shit.
Okay.
My
Remember
power
Spider
just
Face?
like went out for a second.
Okay, because the quote was, "Cut off your nose to Spider Face."
Okay.
Am I good? Is the stream still going? What the fuck?
Yeah.
A sin?
Yeah.
I've never. Oh, God, I probably should. I just haven't. But is it? You know what? I'll take your word for it. If you think it's a good enough show to watch, then I will watch the entire thing.
Yep.
This right here killed me the first time I watched it. I have seen my own family and friends mix up metaphors in their heads countless times in my own life. So seeing Michael Scott get called out for the terrible, awful metaphors he has been making since the start of the show was hilarious. He did it all the time. He would mix up stuff in his head. It actually has a name. It's called a
I'm not gonna lie, I probably watched the entire show though with the amount of like YouTube shorts I've seen of the show. I probably, if you put all the puzzle pieces together, I've probably watched like 90% of all seasons.
Tropism. It's basically when a person says the right metaphor, but they mix up one of the words in the metaphor with some other word that sounds similar. Google actually has a definition for it. It says it's the mistaken use of a word in place of a similar sounding one, often with unintentional or an amusing effect. And for years, I thought this was the peak of comedy when it came to like metaphors and wordplay and such, but oh, was I wrong. There is something so much better than a malapropism. It is called a malaphor. Let me introduce you to the ever-elusive malaphor, because I have an amazing story about how I found out what a malaphor even was, because I had no clue what they were, even once I watched The Office and saw this scene. Picture this, me, a bunch of our friends, having a good old time during the
Shit, I don't even know. I still don't even know if I know what a malaphor is.
summer, you know, we got together at night. It was a sleepover with the boys, and we decided to have a campfire. And so we're all around this campfire. We're having a jolly old time, you know. And we decided it would be a phenomenal idea, a great idea, in fact, to start roasting each other and just roasting ourselves. And we were inspired by that scene from The Office, of course, where we were roasting each other, and they were inspired by, Comedy Central. But we wanted to roast ourselves, and so we started doing it. It all came down to this moment when my friend David started roasting my friend Chris. And my friend David said this, and this is a quote. He said, "Dude, sometimes you can be really cold. Just the other day, you stabbed me under the bus." You stabbed me under the bus. We all looked at him, and he didn't even know what he did wrong. We just all started dying laughing. Like, when I tell you we were dying laughing, there was a guy rolling on the ground. Another one, got up and started running around. Like, it was so bad. And I was probably about to pee myself. Not really. I'm a big boy now. I don't wear diapers anymore. My point is that this is the genesis of Malifaux for me, and it has only grown from there. For anyone that doesn't know why what my friend just said was funny, it's because he mixed up two metaphors in his head and he kind of combined them together. It was hilarious, and that's really all a metaphor is. It's whenever you unintentionally mix two metaphors together. Google has a definition for it too. It says when two idioms or sayings or colloquialisms are mashed together unintentionally. And do you know what the best part about this entire Malifaux situation was when my friend said it? It was completely natural. Just how Michael Scott would completely naturally mess up a metaphor by just messing up the word. My friend completely naturally made a completely new metaphor, or Malifaux, if that's what it's called. And this got me thinking, what other Malifaux are out there? Naturally, there has to be a bunch of them, right? There has to be tons of Malifaux, just the mixing of metaphors that are common. And so I was wondering if this has ever happened in the wild to other people. Are the possibilities for Malifaux endless? And the answer is, of course, yes. Here are some of the ones that I've witnessed since then. I didn't understand what they were before, but now I started recognizing.
Here goes the rabbit hole.
Of course, you stab me under the bus. Next, there is, you can look a gift horse in the mouth, but you can't lead it to water. And finally, there's this one my girlfriend said. She said, "Wow, that must have really struck a bone." That must have really, really struck a bone. And every single time I notice it now, I write them down because I think they're hilarious and I share them with my friends. And honestly, the list, it goes on and on. And what I did in preparation for this video is I just looked up a list of Malifaux because all of them are so funny. I found this one. It says, "We'll blow up that bridge when we come to it." There's another one that says, "It sticks out like a sore throat." This one is really good. It's not rocket surgery. It's not rocket surgery.
What?
And this last one is probably the best one I could find. It's the mixing of 3 or 4 different metaphors. It says this: "The sacred cows have come home to roost with a vengeance."
Bro, what?
With a vengeance.
Brain fuck.
Anyways, that's all I have for y'all guys today. Let me know what Malifaux you guys have heard in the wild.
Holy shit.
Because they're
if I did something like that, I'd be scared.
Hilarious when they happen naturally. And finally, would you please hit the subscribe button so I can make more videos like this?
Bro, who asked?
Dude, no, that was a solid ass video. I will admit that was really good. That was really good. I do want to ask, how long did that take you to make? That must have taken a fucking forever. Holy shizzle. And I did not know what a Malifaux was before this, so I've definitely learned something. Holy shit. You've opened this can of worms, now lie in it. Honestly, dude, what the fuck? I don't know what kind of criticism you want from me. Solid video, dude. It looked like it had a really good production value, I'm not gonna lie. So it took you a month to make that? Holy mother. Jesus. Yeah, no, my videos they don't take me a month. Good God. Of editing, but I know just the beginning of this.
One of my favorite TV shows was The Office.
First off, I know what goes into editing. You gotta match up the sound to these question marks. Yep, all of this has gotta be I mean, unless this was planned, this was a ripped from a stock asset or something.
Growing up, one of my favorite TV shows was The Office, obviously, because it's amazing. And it's
But just this, I know this took you 30 minutes to like edit. I know how hard editing is. Streaming as well. I had one question. What kind of camera do I use? Bruh. You want to know what kind of camera I use? What, do you think it looks good? Because, let me tell you. Let's see. There is nothing special about this camera. There is nothing special about this camera. Look up 1080p camera and you will find one probably better than mine. I've been thinking about getting a new one because it's so generic. This came straight from Shanghai. I don't even think, like, there's no name. There's no name for this camera. It's generic. You just need a starting point. Just get a camera. Just get a camera and download OBS. Boom. Like, you see, literally, I have OBS. This is it. That's it. That's the extent. That is it. It's not rocket surgery. You know what I'm saying? It's not rocket surgery. Like, literally look up 1080p webcam. Boom. One of these is probably better than what I have right now. So. The Wendy Goon. I've never heard of that word before. I love a little capital. I have a little capital word with, and I like the Wendy Goon style of content and thinking of stuff like that. Wendy Goon. What the fuck does that mean? Holy shit. What a word. Oh, it's like this? Let's see. Just like the camera. Oh, where he just like talks into the camera? Yeah. I mean, they're easy. They're you know, if you're able to do them, I like to when I make my videos, I just try to get them done in one take. I try to keep them as simple as possible just for ease of the like content making pipeline or whatever. I just want to get it done as easy as possible, and plus I feel like it makes it easier for like the viewer to watch if it's just one take. For me, I find it really distracting when I see the camera like cut 15 times. You know, like if I can open up DaVinci Resolve and show you what it looks like. It's not yeah. I appreciate it, dude. I really do. Cause, you know, I'll probably end up deleting this stream, but it gets hard, you know, it gets hard to imagine yourself being entertaining. You know what I'm saying? Like, for me, it's like in my head, I'm like, would I watch me? You know? It's that kind of question. So, you know, you just gotta, I guess, try to be entertaining. If DaVinci, oh, I already have it open. So this is what my video looked like. With this situation at all, it really did make me uncomfortable, which, you know, if you're a viewer watching it, boom, no cuts for 3 minutes almost. And then there's the first cut. Friends yet. Like I said, and then there's just 2 more cuts right here. God. And Charlie brings up a just hate fest. But yeah, I try to keep it to as, you know, the least amount of cuts I possibly can have. Because it keeps it simple. It doesn't make it too complicated. Some of these YouTubers with I'm not trying to compete with these huge production style content creators. I'm not even really trying to compete with anyone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess my type of content is similar to what Moist Critical Penguin Z0 does, but I wouldn't even want to be in competition with him. I guess technically we would be, but I would prefer it if it was a situation where, like, it was the same communities that watched each other, you know? Instead of it being, like, my community hated on him and his community hated on me or some shit like that, you know? But no, I mean, the videos for me will keep coming. That is for sure. They're not super complicated. They're not like hard to make. That's a big reason why I stopped making videos. If you go like a little bit deeper into my YouTube history, I have a lot of older videos that I put a lot of editing effort in, like a fuck ton of editing effort in. So if I don't even want to go back and look at these, but because I feel like they're a little cringe, but whatever. Like you see, look, if you go back, I played a fuck ton of horror games, but yeah, let's see. Oh, bro, there ain't no need. Like, I put a lot more production, editing, you know. You seem to try not to laughs. That's a great way of viewing it for real, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't want, you know, I would hate for it to be a situation, like, if I did get big, where I would just want it to be one big community, not really, like, fighting for viewership, like, why, you know? Kind of like a situation where if Charlie was streaming one day, people would watch him. If I stream the next day, then people watch me. It's not like a situation where you're fighting for viewers or whatever. I don't know. So, but yeah, no, I'm gonna keep making them. I mean, they're, like I said, easy to. They're pretty easy to make. They're not complicated. So, only thing, the most difficult aspect of making videos like that is being able to talk for 3 minutes in a row without fumbling your words. You know, every now and again you can fumble and you can like have a little cut, but I really try to like keep those to a minimum, you know. Holy moly. Anyways, I'm getting way too far into like the logistics of it. It's not even that deep. It's just like I'll probably take a portion of this stream and just upload it as a YouTube video, you know, because in a couple days here I'm gonna have to go to my girlfriend's, and I don't know if I'm gonna try to make like 4 YouTube videos, but if I can't do that, I'll just take like from when we were watching the Godzilla video and be like, holy fuck, Godzilla is back or something, you know, something simple. So, anyways, man, I am gonna go. I'm dipping. I might stream a little later, but we will see. We will see. I just need a little bit of break. I'm gonna go eat a little meal real quick, and then I might start streaming again. But yeah, dude. If not, then I'll be streaming tomorrow. Yeah, I'll definitely stream tomorrow. So, all right, man. Appreciate you watching, and yeah, I'll see you, dude. Bye.